Today we are going to be doing a few things actually. Just put the volume of this music down a little bit so I don't go deaf. So move the mic out of the way so it's not in my face. So today I thought I might be a touch quiet. That's amazing for me, being quiet. How about now? Do I sound better? I moved the mic a little closer. Better. So hopefully that's better. So today what we're going to do is actually two different things. If you guys remember, I believe we were looking at Zad's game last week. Not last week, the week before last. Still kind of quiet? Wow, okay. Interesting indeed. No, it's okay if you... How about now? I don't want to push the mic too much, but... Is that better? I basically have to put the mic in my mouth soon. Hello! So, I think if it was last week or the week before last, I apologize that if I forgot. We were looking, if you remember this game, Zad's game, where you were jumping over. Cool. Sounds good now? Okay, good. We're all good. So we're looking at Zad's game. If you don't remember, it was this kind of... Let's lock that layer. It's getting annoying. So it was this jumping, little block jumping over obstacles, kind of like an infinite runner in a way. And you could unlock stuff. So I had mentioned that there was a lot of different issues that could be resolved that he could take into account. Now, if he's not working on his game anymore, that's fine. That's not a problem, but these are just feedback that he could use in his next game, or feedback that all of you could use, or even myself. So I'm not saying that I would know the perfect UI for a game, because people have different views on things, but I have a basic idea, especially for mobile. Most of my background is in mobile, so, or mobile, depending who you talk to, how they pronounce it. So today we're going to talk a little bit of that, about that UI and UX, user interface and user experience, and then review some of his screens, some recommendations that could be made, and then maybe I can do one quick mock-up. I don't know yet. I haven't decided. And then after that, maybe we'll go on and start thinking about the concept for the game that Björn and I are working on. So let's get started with this. If you remember, Zad's game was this infinite runner. There were different screens, many different screens, but here's just a few to look at. Maybe we can just quickly review them and then think about what are the things that we could do to make it a little bit more clear. So if you look here on this first screen, I believe this was the intro screen. If I remember, if we ignore the splash screen. I think he made this in Unity, right? So, what are the things here? Let's just write them real quick, just to keep things similar. Actually, I'm going to make change the background. It's hurting. That white really hurts my eyes. I wish there was a way I could hide the artboards, because I don't really, that's the area that's kind of being used, without it turning into a white screen. I wish it would just stay gray. But again, I'm an illustrator, but I'll just do this. This will fix it. Fix it right up. That's my current solution for bit of pixels there. I know this isn't annoying. It doesn't annoy everybody, but it annoys me. So, yeah, and I'll just move this up here. Now we can get discussing. So, what's up, Lawrence? What's going on? We're just reviewing some of the UI from Zad's game we played a week or a week before, and then after that we're gonna maybe do some concepting for the game that Bjorn and I are working on. So let's quickly look at the screen. So this is the beginning screen, if I remember correctly. And I'm just gonna write down what are the things here. So we have a title. Let's call it Relentless. So we have the title of our game. We have a customize button. We have a play button. We have options. We have some type of watch video button. We have a sign in, not singing, sign in with Google. And it looks like he's keeping his leaderboards that way. Leaderboard and achievements / score. So basically leaderboard. Sorry, Costa, I'm not going to be able to review any games right now. You can check with Bjorn, see if he can review your game, but I'm not going to be able to review it right now during the stream. Maybe we can try on Tuesday. If not, try to catch us when we're not streaming. If you need just basic feedback, just check if Bjorn is in Discord. And then another button would be Facebook share. So when you're coming up with screens, I'll just call these screens or game screens. When you're working on a game, you're going to have to take into account what are every single screen, that your game is going to need. It's going to need like a title screen. It's you might need a place. Well, in his case, he has a place for tutorials. He has a game over. Then he has the main game screen where you play. And you need to kind of think about what are the things that need to show up on each screen and why are they there. So I'll just quickly do one for this too. Maybe we should add here the name of the screen. So this is starting screen. This is normally what I would do when I'm working on trying to think what is important in the screen. So this would be tutorial. Now this may be boring, but I can guarantee you that you should do this because it will help you think things through. Now I didn't take screenshots of the entire flow, so what flows are basically the flow of kind of how someone would interact from one screen to another. So I might start at the start screen and then I might click options and then it might go to something else, and then from under there might be something else. So these are kind of well, they're called flows, so how someone would interact and move from one area to another. So right now I don't know all the things that happen in tutorial, but I would just say like teach tutorial And I see also continue and don't show again. Also up here, if I go back, I just noticed up here as well, there's a question screen, a question mark, and also an X. I'm assuming the X exits the game or closes that screen. I don't have the game installed. I don't have that environment set up. It was on Android, so I can't test it. But I'll just assume that right now. This also looks like an overlay. It has the other area behind it. Actually, no, it isn't. That's a screenshot right there. There also looks to be some in-game advertising. So, put a place for ads. And then here we have a game over screen. What do I hear? What do I see here? There's a post to Facebook. Our score. Try again or keep going. The top three scores. Then again, we have the watch. I'm assuming it's a watch video. Main menu. Then a share button. Facebook share. So in here we have this is the main game. So I'll just put main game. Then looks like we have ads here as well, which is very interesting. Then we have a distance. And then a pause button. One thing that's interesting, I didn't notice while we were playing, so that's cool. But most of the time it's kind of frowned upon these days to put ads within the game play. So you should be really careful of that. But if you can really keep your ads outside of the game, because right now you might not be able to control what's in that banner, and let's say some flashing banner came up there. Well, now what happens is as the person is playing, that flashing banner comes up and it keeps distracting them. So that's not really something good. So definitely try to keep your banners out of the main gameplay. Keep them into menus or pause menus or things like this. Okay, so we kind of have something here. So normally you would go through these, making these kind of basic lists even before you create these screens. So if I was thinking in order, I would probably do this. If this is the order, you know, I would have this stuff first, then I would work on wireframing. But right now I'll just put them here because it was easier to read next to it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to, actually maybe I will move it there. Just because it's a little annoying when I'm trying to work. Let's write justify everything that way. Yeah. Put that down here. So now what I can do is kind of, let's dissect this screen and really think it through. What are the most, when I look at this screen, we were talking about it on our stream. We were having problems trying to figure out what is the most important thing. What should I be looking at? So if I was in most Western companies, in most Western countries, the reader looks from the top to bottom, left to right. So if I look at the top, the very first thing I see is a question mark, which is interesting. Then I go to the title. Then part of the title is obscured by this thing. I don't know what it is, but it's not that much that I can't read it. But it is kind of looks a little strange. I know that what happens is when I click on this, the character jumps away, which is kind of interesting, humoristic maybe, but I don't know how well it plays out here. Now, the first thing we need to look at as well is we have all these things we want. I would guess here that I click play. It's the biggest thing. It's green. Green usually is a positive thing. It means go, so I would click there. But there's just so much around here. Everything is getting lost. And we want to try to keep a consistency here. For example, the first sign that would, like just having, if you want to up the quality of your games, don't think that you want to jump over the menus. Like the menus and, different screens are just as important as the main game because they give it that extra polished look that, hey, these guys actually took their time. So, for example, if we're thinking about design, I won't go into all of the different theories, but let's just talk about importance. So things can be important based off of their size. So they can be, for example, this is the biggest thing, so it might be important. They can also be important by where they're positioned in the screen, like if something in the center might have importance, or how they're grouped with things. Okay, when it's grouped in a certain way, you'll be able to see it's more important amongst that group. They might be more important based off of their color. So if all of this was black and white and this main thing was just green, then that would really pop off, and I would think, okay, that's the most important. Also how they contrast. So if the colors are more, there's higher contrast, it's not very subtle, then that might be another way. I did say size, of course. And there's other things, but those are the main ideas you want to keep in mind. But in this case, we have so many things going on. We have a lot of rectangles. We got rectangle shapes here. We got rectangle here. Rectangle in the background. Rectangular buttons. Then we got a circle here. We got a circle here. We got a circle here. Our colors are like a purplish color. Purple here. Green here. Cyan here. Maybe the same green here with this black. Then we have this teal kind of green. We have the kind of lighter red of in Google. We have the Facebook blue. We have the little message icon there that they have a message, which is red, and red also attracts my eye. So these high value colors, like this green and this blue, there's so many things on this screen competing for attention. I don't know what is the most important. The other thing that needs to be thought about is, look, these buttons are like beveled. See how they, or in some way they're kind of 3D. And then these buttons are 2D. And then this one is slightly off. And so is this. So there isn't a consistency. So so there's too many colors, and there's too much inconsistency, and we don't know what is important. Right now my eyes are all over the place just saying, I don't know what to do. I know I need to click play, but what is all this? Am I clicking the right thing or am I not? So what I would do is, let's say that I had to mock up this screen again. I'll just make a little, actually, let's try to keep it that size, so I'll go like this. Just to try to keep it 1-to-1. And this was a mobile game, so we do have to think about like the tip of our finger where we're touching. How big is it in comparison to being able to touch? So in this case, it's just fine. Like, let's just quickly do it here. So, oh my goodness, I'm not using my drawing tablet, so So you'll have to excuse my finger that I'm creating here. But in this case, sorry, that's an ugly finger. But anyway, so in this case, you know, that it has to be large enough that the very tip of the finger hang, you know, from above. It's the person is able to easily touch it. And I don't think that's a problem in this game. You should look at the usability and spec guides for the operating system and for the hardware that you're working with, because they might affect those things. But for here, I think all the sides of his buttons are okay. So if I was to make this screen, let's make it a little lighter. First, what I would do is I would try to do like, well, you could even do paper prototypes or first, which basically you'd get paper, cut out little boxes, and start doing like little wireframes. So wireframes are something that people use when they are creating user interfaces. So user interfaces are basically all of the things that a user interacts with to be able to interact with your game. So if you expand that idea, it doesn't have to be just a button on the screen. You could say that the user interface with the console could be a controller, because it is. The user interface for your TV might be the remote, or the buttons actually on the TV. Anyway, so there's this, not wireframe sketcher. There's lots of tools, by the way, you can use to make wireframes. Right now I'm using Illustrator, but you can use whatever you like. It's a very basic thing, so don't feel you have to have a very complex software to do wireframes. And there's lots of free online stuff as well. So you just look here. This is basically a wireframe of Facebook. It's looks kind of older, but you get the idea that it's keeping the positions of things. Like, yeah, there'll be a kind of image. Usually these blocks have images, so there's an image, there's a box. If it has this little play icon, it's a video. There'll be an image here, there'll be a bigger image here. So these are things that you could use. There's examples. Let's look here. Here's excellent. Look where I was talking about using pen, just pen and paper even, which is excellent. But you can get more or less elaborate as you go. But they have like kind of universal things that are created for someone that wants to wireframe something. So, but yeah, I won't go into, and they have different wireframing stuff for mobile, but overall the idea and principles are the same. It's you're just trying to get placeholders for things when you're creating. And let's not worry too much about all of that right now, but let's try to get the basics here. So what do I need when I look at this? The most important thing when I would make a game is I want people to remember my game. Of course, I want people to know where to click to play the game, definitely. But I think the most important thing should be, what the hell is the name of the game? So when they go and they're like, dude, did you try that game out? It's like this box jumping over these things, and you're gonna be like, okay, so what is it? That sounds awesome. What is that game called? I don't know. I don't remember. I remember Play. Maybe it's called Play. So you can see where that can be confusing. So you want to make that name memorable. Of course, this comes down to some other things about coming up with the right name for a game, but that's a different discussion. Right here, we're going to just talk about the interface. So I'm not going to worry about the font right now. We can discuss that in a moment. So let's just so relentless. So the most important thing here is what? Somehow people should see that the title. It can be up here maybe. Usually the title is somewhere in the center. Got my guides on. Guides. Snap to grid, maybe? I don't know. Could have sworn I they're smart guys. Oh well, doesn't matter. Anyway, so it's usually centered. And then, what's the next thing? Well, it's a game. So I would say, you want people, the most important thing when you're playing a game is, how the hell do I play it? So I would say the very next important thing would be play. So let's make play the next thing. Now notice right now that if I was to ask you what's more important here, relentless or play, you might say, well, relentless is on top, it's first. If I'm reading from this way, it is more important. In that way, yes, it is. But if they're almost the same size and same color, then you won't know which one is more important. So in our case, we have to do something to change things. So you could, for example, make relentless bigger. Let's make relentless. Now you see there's already a difference. So people are like, oh yeah, that's important. The next thing is play. So let's just make a button here. So get that a little thicker so you guys can see that. So this would be this would be the button. I want to turn that off. I shouldn't have done snap to grid. So so now what? We have the title of our game, which is very important. We have a play button, so we know that's the name, and I click play. So what about all this other stuff? So we have options, that takes us to an options menu. That might be important. Maybe we might want to get to options before we configure the game. So we could, for example, put in options. But how often will someone go into options? Notice already there's a difference just because I don't have capital and I don't versus lowercase, or if I made it completely lowercase. Look what's more important and what's less important. So one thing to keep in mind, for example, I'll give you one other thing I do is always oh yeah, I should definitely save. Let's save. Yeah. Don't know why Nightbot is not coming up. Did I turn Nightbot off? Let me see. Bjorn, are you there? I might have forgotten to turn Nightbot on. Yeah, Nightbot's not there. Nightbot, where are you? I thought I turned it on. Nightbot. Let's see. Message. you message him and tell him to turn Nightbot on? Nightbot never works. I know, like me. That's hilarious. I think I went and configured. Oh, now Nightbot is on. Okay. Alright, thank you. It's okay. It came on now, so I'm wondering if Bjorn took care of it. Alright. So another thing you can do, what I was mentioning was when you're making a game, if you can find other games that are similar to your game, see how they've built those menus, then use them as examples. But let's just look at some games that are really big that everybody knows. Let's look at like Candy Crush. By the way, I'm not like supporting or backing any of these companies. We're saying one is better than the other. I'm just trying to give examples. So look, in this case, what's up, Crom1? What's going on? I'm just talking about user interfaces and user experience right after that. Later we might be building up our some of our concepts for the game that Bjorn and I are working on. Thanks for dropping in. So so if you look at Candy Crush, what's going on? Got the name, Candy Crush Saga, that's the title, Candy Crush, and then Saga. We have a big play button. We have a little bit of King here. So kind of like we know that, okay, this might be the company, but don't worry about the company right now. This is what's important. And then this is super important. This is the most important thing here. I'd say play is important, and then Candy Crush is important after that. And then if your eyes go this way, they get led down this road to see King, but there's other characters. Actually, my eye might see this, go to play. If not, and I come like this, I might see this girl, and then my eye would then come back. So I'm kind of making this circular thing. So it makes a difference. All of these make differences. And also, they set the theme for what's happening in the game. Let's look on mobile. Look. Candy Crush. Play button. Connect to Facebook. These are the characters. This is like a menu, maybe when you open that, these pop up, which look like audio, music, some help question, and then exit, log out, maybe close the menu. So yeah, you can see what's important for them. You know what the game is called, you can play it, and you sign up with Facebook. Outside of that, for example here, this is Jelly Splash, but you can see when the game is paused, they have the options set up there. So when you pause the game, you can go to options. But there's many different ways to go about doing this. But there's something you should think about, and also know that you don't want to overwhelm the player. If something is that important, you should make a separate screen or a separate button to get to it. So, but right now, let's say, for example, our options screen is here, and you know, we could have a customize as well, of course. Customize. Yeah. Let's grab this. Now the difference here is that I don't have to use buttons. What you should do is try to mix up things. For example, what's stopping me from making this options just a gear, so, or a cog? So it might look like Might look like this. Yeah, might look like one of those. So there's a cog right there. And when people are concepting stuff, they can just grab something and throw it in and be done with it. Remember, this is about concepting right now. It's not about making the final product. So there's nothing stopping us from just creating something down here that allows people to, you know, to set up to go to setup. So, in our case here, so I would say a lot of us, what you should do is you should think about what are universal symbols, what are things that people understand, and you should use those symbols. For example, if I were to make this symbol here, just to prove a point, if I was to make this symbol, I won't tell you what it is, but what do you think that symbol would mean? Well, if you would say it's a play button, then you're right. So, and why do you know this? Well, maybe you grew up having a VCR, a remote control, a CD player, a cassette player, a Walkman, MP3 player. Chances are that if you have something that plays music or plays a video, it's going to have this. Now, if you look here, there, it's the play button, and it just happens to be here. So, in this case, a universal symbol was used. It was just kind of stamped onto this button in a really poor way. There's no point that this needed to be this long rectangle when it could have been something else. So, that could have been done this way as well. Now, I'm not sure what needed to be done when that's clicked, but I could just make that as well. Since I just made it, might as well leave it there. And then the interesting thing I found here was you know, there's the Google Plus and the Facebook, and it's using the large things and the large versions of these buttons. And I understand Google Plus is here and you want people to save their score, but do you really need to worry about that here, or could you worry about it on the game over when you would post the score? Because you have it down here already. So there's no point bringing up Google Plus here when you could get it from them over here. Here, I would just worry about the Google Plus. So what I would do here is, let's stay here actually, because it's where I want to be. So I'll just look for the Google Plus icon. Yeah, here's one. Maybe I can grab one of these. It's not that big of a deal right now. Let's expand this. Now, watch what happens now that I have this. It's actually a good example. Look what happens. Which is more important now? Remember I was talking about contrast. This is really standing out, so I'm like, oh, this must be very important. This Google Plus is the most important. Not most important here, but maybe within this group over here. See, the way things are grouped, they they also get relationships. So, for example, I don't think I need customize here anymore. Because I have a customize here now. Now, if customize is super important, then you might want to move it. You might want to put it as a button. You know, you might want to have it up here. So, and you know, option, this might become the options. But yeah, make this a little smaller. Let's make all these a little smaller. Again, these need to be touchable size by the tip of the finger. So. But this, for example, what are we going to do about this? Because that's not what we want. That's getting priority, so that looks like it's depressed. So let's take this one instead. This image trace real quick. But yeah, if you guys, of course, while I'm working, have questions for me about UIs that you guys are working on, of course I will. I'm here to talk about those things. So definitely, you know, hit me up with questions in the chat. So let's say, you can also talk about the UIs that you're working on. If you guys have any screenshots of your like your different menus, I can of course always look at them as well. So do share. So we have Google Plus, and now we just need Facebook. Let's see here, Facebook. Haven't gotten that far, looking forward to it. Yeah. That is true. Sometimes what happens is that it's usually kept till the very end. I wouldn't wait till the very, very, very end though, because then it will take some time from you. But also, it's good not doing it too early, because like, imagine you go and create all these crazy menus and then they're not even in your game. So it's definitely something to consider when you're working on a game. Maybe Google Plus and Facebook without borders, because they're less important than Play and other options. Yeah, that's also true as well. That can be done. Let's just bring these into the game, and then wrong one. The only thing I would think about when Crom was saying that maybe we should take the buttons, not take the buttons. What am I saying? We should make these not these shapes, because they're getting priority, and that's true. But there's one thing we should also keep in mind, that if we want someone to click on something, it should also feel like a button. So if we have that and we don't have it around, there isn't a guarantee that someone will know to click on it. They can of course try, but not everyone has the tendency to hit everything either. So usually if it's possible, you might want to try to make your things within buttons, so people know that they're clickable, they can interact with them. And then what happens is, of course, there's also, remember right now what we're doing is we're concentrating mainly on, just the information and slightly offset here. The information that we need to present here, and we're just using black and white. eventually we can begin to use color as well, and that would let things stand out. Now, if you already look that, though you see these here, are these and these related because they're grouped together? They could be, but also notice that this has a circle on it. So I might think, that's interesting. These all have this. This doesn't. Is this somehow different? And maybe I'll click it, maybe I won't. So I might move this somewhere else. So for example, in our case, we could group that. Maybe I might bring those over here. What I might do is do this, bring these over here. Of course, I want to make sure that I don't make them too, I'm going to shrink them slightly, but again, I want to make sure that overall I can keep them big like that. From an overall screen size point of view, maybe I want to keep them separate so there isn't confusion. And maybe I might want to bring this here so it is a little bigger, because this customize or these options might be important if depending which one we choose. I'm saying right now customize might be more important in the game than the options. The options they might not want to go through. Like once you go and set options, you usually don't have to go back too much. So it's kind of like it's there, but then after that you shouldn't go back. But let's say that is options right now. But I want people to know that they can customize their characters, because it seems like part of the replayability that he has built into the game is about skinning. So what happens is here we've played and notice there's like earlier I believe it started off as like a crate or something else, some type of cube with a different trail, and now it's this slot machine with a silvery tail, and you can adjust these independently. So what we would probably want is, that's part of the replayability. As you go real far, you unlock stuff. If they'll help you, I'm not sure, but they might. So that's more important. So I probably want to keep customize here still. Of course, it's not as important as play. So play should, take. Play should take precedence. But why not put the customize menu as a pre-play setup? That way everyone knows what it does. Yeah, that is true. That is definitely true. I could see people confuse it with the options menu at the moment. Very, very true. The same thing is with tutorial. The most important thing we have to remember here is that, again, I'm speculating on all these, but one thing we want to be careful of is, Raga is basically saying that, Ragathian, let me say your whole name, sorry if I mispronounce it, but is saying that maybe we should kind of make it part of the flow, so of the pre-play step. So what happens is that, and I was going to get to this actually later, but it's good that you brought it up, so I might as well just talk about it now. So the way the tutorial was done was, you'd click on the tutorial and there'd be a lot of screenshots trying to explain the game to you. Instead, what you could do is try to use the theory of show, don't tell. So instead of telling on all these screens, what you do is just show. So how would you do that here? Let's just talk about that now since we're discussing it. Let's say that you want to teach somebody how to play your game. What you're going to do is, it's better instead of reading, because I promise you no one cares. No one's going to read. They're like, yeah, I got it. I just want to play this game. So instead of trying to sell them on why they want to do this or what their goal is let them find out the goal through play, not through words. So what you do is have the person just start off the game. Just tell them jump. Just teach them, okay, when they come on the screen, they'll click a button for jump, like tap screen to jump. That's all you need to teach them really, is tap the screen to jump. And then what happens is that when they get to a certain point, very soon after, like 30 seconds into the game, then you immediately reward them and say like, hey, great work, you made it this far. Here's a free skin for you. Let's customize you with the new skin. And then take them into the customizing flow. And then from the customizing flow, they learn like, oh, when I play this game, I'm able to customize my character. So that's kind of where you're teaching the people how to play, how to customize. You don't need to tell the person that, for example, over here, if you just tell them just jump, as soon as they come here and don't jump, they die. So I just learned that, oh, that thing's gonna kill me. And then when I jump and land on these spikes, oh, I know that it's gonna kill me. You don't even need to tell me that thing. I'm going to figure it out. And on the screen, when they're rewarded, you can have on that screen different things, and they'll in columns or different tabs where people can see, oh, I can get characters, I can get sounds, I can get trail colors, I can get music. So it's like a sub screen. So they immediately know from those icons without you telling them all these words. Because I can promise you, I've worked in the industry long enough to know that people don't want to know about tutorials and they want to just get past it. So if the person can learn everything without reading any of that, then really, chances are you don't really need it. So in this case, yeah, we could make this part of the flow, but the important thing that we should also consider is they should always be able to get to that screen. And where do they get that screen from? What's the most important thing? I would say that, for example, as Ragathan said, that this might not, what said we make it part of flow. Maybe we should make it part of another flow. Maybe we should make it part of the game over flow. So what will happen is that in the game over flow, during that screen, there should be a button here that allows the person to now customize their character from this screen. Of course, I feel like you should be able, since it's that important and you just come into the game, you should also have another way to get to it other than just the game over screen, because I don't want to have to just die just to get to a place. So, but it's main part of the loop of play, die, optimize, play, die, optimize. That's kind of the core loop of this game. Now Bjorn and I have not talked about loops right now, but in this game it's play and then optimize. That's the main. Of course I put die in there because that's how you get out of there. We don't have to have the die there. In reality, it's just optimize or like skin optimize or customize. Skip this song. I hate this song. Everybody knows that. So, you know, it would be like this. Actually, let's just get rid of die. But it would be play, customize, customize, play. And it would be like this. Is the main principle overall. Now, of course, in reality, for the actual gameplay, it's different. It's, you know, they need to jump. So it's not just play. Anyway, so, but that's one of the loops. There may be others. So I might want to bring that customize within this loop here. But for right now, I do feel that when someone begins playing, you know, that takes into account when they're coming to the game for the very first time. But I don't want to get caught in that flow either. So what I would recommend is we still need to customize here. We still need to customize somehow. It might not be this word, it might be this icon. Sometimes what happens is if within the options screen, if we really don't need too much other than music, what some people do is they just make like a little, you know, like a little music symbol like this, and you know, like a volume, you know, there's like a speaker. That's weird. So they'll have like a speaker and they'll have sound coming out of it. So that would be down here in the button instead. And they might not even need that at all, which is a very normal thing. So these might actually be the buttons, like this. And then it would just be hitting it would disable the music, and this would, you know, turn on and off. Maybe a volume could come up. So, but right now I'm just gonna leave this way. I would also say we shouldn't be afraid to let people explore. So if the person clicks customize and they go to a customize screen, they will figure out, that's a customized screen. I customize my character here. And then they'll exit out, and then if they click on this, they'll see the options screen to turn on the music or whatever. So, so yes, you are correct, it can confuse people, but I think it does need to be here somewhere. And since it's such part of that flow, I would say we keep it here. But maybe we change the name. It might not be customized, it might be something else. For example, it might be something in the naming. It might be like upgrade instead, you know, or reskin or something along these lines. So let's just leave it at upgrade right now. This can always be revisited. The best way is to get this as fast as possible to something like understandable, and then go out and put it in people's hands, like, and test with people. And again, you do not need this to be digital. You don't need to go out and start programming this interface to work. You can do it with paper. Basically, there'll be one guy that'll act like the paper, like you could be the little paper, like the computer, and have little pieces of paper. And when someone clicks on a button, so I just click on this button, and then I would move that paper and put a different piece of paper there. So that's one very important way to do things, and you'll want to do that before you go digital, because you'll be able to work out all the bugs and save yourself a hell of a lot of time. Think of it like white boxing in your game. Instead of spending all the time on the art before you even get the main mechanic down, it's better if you can just use boxes to get the main mechanic. Figure out, is this worth continuing? Yeah, it is. And then think, how can I put the, theme this now, and basically keep it simple. What's the minimum viable product that I can create and spend the least amount of time creating it? So we got this watch a video. These ones have to do with sharing and score. I don't know if they should be next to each other. I don't know enough about this to know what that means. I'm assuming it's an ad that lets you watch a video. Don't worry if the people don't know what this thing is, if it is what gives them the score, because when they go to see the score to change it, they'll figure out how to do it. If you want them to be interested in the leaderboard, you could put the leaderboard there. Or what you could do is, for example, here, I don't need to see the high score on, all of the scores here on this. isn't that the Android Marketplace icon? I don't think so. Let's look. To me, it looks like well, it looks like this is the Android Market icon. Yeah. Usually when I'm seeing this, to me it makes this is the old, like if we look here, this is actually the symbol for film. If you guys remember from a long time ago in the year 2000, where, you know, there was film, and the film had these little notches in there that were tied to a reel that could move the film, like for example in a camera. But it was also the kind of symbol for motion pictures as well. So I really feel like this is play a video, which this is the video. If we, just to test that theory, we could say play video icon. So we have definitely this icon, and look, this will eventually pop up, the film strip. This is more modern. This is going to become dated definitely over time, because it's also here. Not everybody remembers those strips, so it'll become so dated to the point where people won't really care or understand anymore. So it's kind of when a symbol has become dated or out of date. So I would say, for example, this could be moved somewhere else. I don't know right now where. If it is part of a, you know, this flow where, let's say, I'm assuming this is a free-to-play game. So, and he's making money off of ads because there's ads in the game. So maybe what he might want is that the clapboard one is interesting. Yeah, definitely. This Steele was talking about this one right here. So what this is, if for the people that don't know, it's when they used to do filming in the beginning. You know, that's when they would start and end the film, and there could be stuff even written on that board, so they know within the film what scene is what, and then also when they hit the top of it, it makes a sound like a, you know, a loud clapping sound, and then that way they could sync the film and the audio together. Or at least I believe that's what it's for. So, but definitely, yeah, Flint's saying as well that it is getting dated. So you want to move away from those. But let's say that in this case, you know, let's say you go to a certain part in a level and the person gets stuck. What they might want to do is you can say, watch a video for free and you'll be able to continue. So if that's the case, then in reality you don't need that. You don't need that there. Let's say that was the case. What you do need in that case is on the retry screen, you know, where you want to keep going, if you have like a premium currency that they can pay to continue, or they can watch a video to continue. So that's another way. So if that's the case, then I wouldn't even have that here. Instead of having them watch it here, just hide it. You should remember that free to play, there's negative connotations with it. So if you try to put too much advertising and too many things in people's faces in the very beginning, they're going to get turned off. They're going to think, oh, they're just trying to get my money. Flint is saying, do they not use clapboards in the film industry anymore? Yeah, I still think they use clapboards, definitely. I'm not saying that clapboards are a dated thing. I'm just saying as a symbol or as an icon in interfaces, the clapboard symbol for a play button or playing of a video is not really the best thing to choose, because you need to understand what is the meaning. Like that clapboard is more understood by the director and the people working the film as opposed to the audience. Of course, a lot of people know, but that's not a guarantee. Ragathian is saying some of those boards had metal pieces that closed the circuit and triggered the audio and video recording at the same time. Yeah, definitely they did. I'm not sure of anything. I am not a film anything. I haven't worked really in film. Of course, at my job, we do streaming of film. Yeah, they probably did have those. Yeah, but definitely they're gonna fall out of favor because it's almost the job of the movie industry to teach fans or viewers of their movies what that means, or they have to see it in everyday life, or they're not gonna learn it. So it'll slowly fall out of favor. Flint is saying, I think icons are such an interesting study. I'm actually working on making some icons for a website of mine. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'd always welcome checking them out if you would ever like me to look and give you feedback. Yeah, show them in Discord. Yeah, please. For anybody that may be watching that isn't on our Discord, please join our Discord. It's all about these exact things, showing stuff to people and getting feedback. So I'm gonna move this play button. I'm not gonna have it because I feel like that needs to be part of the flow. I'm gonna say this is a free-to-play game. I'm making money off ads, but maybe I might have something else here, and I want somebody to watch the ad in a different way. Zad, if there's something else you had in your mind for it, I apologize. But right now, I feel like that's not as top of a priority as these other things. I'm just using these as examples in hopes that maybe it's gives your game a little bit more polish. So. And of course, like I had said earlier, please don't feel that you have to make any of these changes for your game. It's just all recommendations. Do whatever you like, buddy. So, and I'm not trying to call out Sad specifically or say that he did a poor job. He did a great job, especially he got something done and it's out there in the world, and that's the most important thing. So yeah, I will make these just around the same size. I can make these a little bigger now, actually. Make them the same kind of height as that, and then maybe what I'll do is I'll move this back up a little bit. Just a bit bigger. But yeah, these icons are extremely important. So here there's an X button. It's on the very first screen. I'm guessing that it lets you quit the game, but I'm not super sure. Normally you don't quit games that way. Normally there's a button that says exit or quit, or the person just, if we're talking about mobile, is they just exit by going out of the screen. Like if you remember the Candy Crush game that we had, we didn't have a quit button. Some games have it, some games don't. I'm not gonna put the quit button there. I don't remember what this did, but it might have been a help. That might be important to have there if there is some context for that. So yeah, I'm not gonna say remove that, so we can put it there. But again, I don't know that. I have my wrong language on my keyboard. Let's adjust that. There we go. I'm not sure the exact meaning of what the function of that button does, but if I'm just using universally, understood symbols, I'm assuming a question mark means I need help with something. So let's just do that. Put that there. And of course, again, the strokes of all of these are not the same. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Oh, that looks kind of nice there, though. Huh. Sometimes things happen by accident, and then you get lucky. You come across something, and you're like, oh, that's an interesting way to do it. So 5. Let's make all these 5. These aren't really that important. I'm just kind of. Just to have some type of. It's because I had the thing to shrink them, so I've been resizing and resizing and resizing. But yeah, and these strokes can be made differently, but you get the basic idea. Same thing with these. I'm sure it's not at 5, but it doesn't really matter. I don't really care right now. So this would be basically the main screen. There's one other thing that is here, and it says the high score. Now, what's up, Björn? Björn's in the house. I don't know how important the high score is for his game. I believe it is actually very important, because kind of this is a score-based game, so it kind of wants it there. So maybe we should put the high score somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where we'll put it. Let's just put Bjorn. And the one thing here is he has a lot of space for this text. Is that as necessary? I might put a character limit on this. Maybe they can only have 10 characters. So right now I'm just gonna say it's just, Björn and his score. That's it. And I don't know if people want 0.7, but maybe in this game it does. They do, if it's that important. So maybe it is important. I could be wrong. Maybe it's super important. So, it might be there. We could write maybe score here. The best time. I don't really know. If we just write this, it might not make sense. Like, it just being here it's kind of like, yeah, right in the very first time I come in, I might not know this, but I believe it was empty when we first started. I'm trying to remember. So you could put it here. Maybe you don't have to. Maybe you can have it on another screen somewhere. Does it have to be on the first? I don't know. Right now I'm not really feeling it, so I'm going to keep it off. I'd rather the screen be cleaner. Maybe something like this. So if we were to compare, and of course, here's the little character, and I thought that little cute character, whatever it was, the little box guy, there's nothing wrong with having the little box guy there. So I'm not against, having him. Should probably also rank the score in the friends list to get people competing. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think we didn't see that. Ragathian is saying we should probably also rank the score in the friends list to get people competing. I think on this screen we might want to. You heard it here. Arash is against having boxes. You heard it here first. Yes, I hate boxes. All boxes. Too many boxes. But yeah, definitely this is a game you want to drive competition. So what you want to do is that not on this screen. I wouldn't jam it too much in people's faces here. But on the game over screen, this is where you would say, hey, connect to Facebook and challenge your friends and compete against your friends, and if they, or make them connect, like if you do this you'll get extra premium courtesy or get a free unlock. So you're trying to make them connect, and when they do, then you can populate this score with their friends and have them competing against their friends. That's kind of how you would want to, you know, bring this in. Bjorn is saying I'm boxist. I'm against boxes. I guess that's boxist and racist put together, maybe. But yeah, this this thing right here, definitely, I'm all for this kind of little theming thing that he has going here. It's not what I really wanted to do. Just wanted to bring this down actually, so it looks like these are like jumping. So let's just choose this. So earlier we had this little box guy running, and I think that was kind of cool, and I think you should kind of keep that, of course. Don't lose that. So we can still have the little box guy jumping, and you know, when you click play, boom, he jumps off. So definitely have that. That's cool. But now it's a little more readable because we know that, oh, this box guy, he's like the main character of the game, or he must be the main character of the game. So, which is important for us. So, yeah, do we have everything here? Basically. What's up, Wicked? What's going on? We're just looking at Zad's. I just woke up. That's cool. Welcome to the land of the living. We were just looking over. I think it was last week. Maybe Bjorn can remind me, or it was the week before where we played Zad's game with the little block that was jumping. And I was just. I had said that I promised, and I didn't want to break my promise, that I would look at his UI and give him kind of some feedback, because I felt like it was kind of a little too strong. So that's basically what we're doing here. And then hopefully if I have some time, I will get to work on some of the concepts for the game that Bjorn and I are working on, which I'm really excited to get started on as well. So yeah, that's basically what we're doing. I'm just quickly centering this. My eyes are telling me it's not centered and I'm getting upset. So yeah, we get a, now you can see it's definitely a lot easier on the eyes. He had brickwork here, that's not there right now. But now I think that it's okay to have the brickwork. Like it's not going to look bad anymore. So if he has those bricks, you know, or what he could do is just keep things more subtle. So he could, for example, play and do like one background, but have like, you know, if you've all probably seen those bricks where, you know, it has only a couple like this. This looks like crap. You know, there's a little bit of brickwork here, then there's a little bit of brickwork here. Maybe I'll just, because that doesn't look like bricks, that looks like crap. I would just quickly go out and just see if I can just grab some bricks. Vector, not icons, brick background. And let's take this one because they have the title. Actually, maybe not make that other one bricks. It might be. What the heck happened there? Maybe it might be cooler if, you know, the bricks were in the Relentless name, how he had it earlier, which I thought that was actually kind of cool. So maybe we should he should stay with that, because I think this logo looks really cool. So he shouldn't lose that, I'd say. Just quickly image trace this just to get an idea. But let's quickly do that. Get this over here. So I know those aren't the same bricks he used. He drew them up much nicer. But for right now, I'm just gonna use this just to get the point across. This might not seem as important, but I do feel this part is actually important, because this would tell the artist that that was designing these that, okay, hey, I need to have bricks there in this title. So let's just do objects. Actually, I'm gonna save, because I almost forgot, and file, objects, path. Helps if I select the text. Maybe I can right click, I think. Create outlines. Yeah. So, okay, that was not it. Let's just group these. It's interesting that I can't group these two objects together. Fine, I'm going to cheat temporarily, because I don't have time for that, Habibi. Could have sworn I should be able to just mask that out like I've always done. What am I doing wrong, guys? Do we have any Illustrator users in the house? For some reason, I seem to be doing something wrong. Objects, path, outline stroke. Okay, I just did outline stroke. What the hell? Is it because these are not one object? Is that the reason? Maybe that's why. I don't remember how to get damn it! Damn it. Hold on. Can I do it this way? Let's grab this. Select this. I've done this before, which is hilarious. Okay, I can't draw inside. I bet you it's this. I bet you. Yeah. You know what? It's because these are all treated as a separate object. Let's quickly figure out what I'm doing wrong. When you don't know, you ask Google. Text masking. That's text. Illustrator. Select your text object and cut it. Next, click the object underneath and open Transparency Palette. There will be a little preview of the currently selected object. Double click to the right of it and press Ctrl F to paste the text into the mask. Yeah, that's the reverse though. Basic text mask. Yes. Baby steps. That's not what I want. That's the reverse of what I want. Clipping max. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. Open your project. Yeah. Copy image. Yes. Type tool. Yes. Select font. Yes. Change the size. Yes. Select the both background. Image. Oh, I didn't have to change it to a stroke. Interesting. Let's change it back to text. Texts. It's text again. Oh, this again. Ah, what the hell? What the hell? Now it works. Very interesting. Very interesting. Alright, never mind. Whatever. Okay. If it works, it works. I'm not gonna argue. I do want to have the stroke around this though. It's this stroke. I need the big stroke around this. I don't want a stroke, that'll kill me. How do I make the stroke thicker? Damn it! What I like about the Illustrator in a Mac versus on the PC is that I can just go and click in the search and it'll take me straight to that. See, this doesn't do it. Like in the Mac, it automatically takes me to the function. Stroke, habibi, stroke. There we go. Not exactly what I want, but it doesn't matter because the point is I got the... Okay, that's wrong. Helps if I'm not in a subgroup. The point is that I got the idea across. Let's erase this ugly thing that I have here. Yeah. So that's a basic idea there. These can probably get ungrouped so I can move these around. Move this down. Of course, I don't like the color of this, but right now I'm not working with color, so. But this is much better. So, you know, so now what's going on. I don't know what to say because things are going crazy. So we haven't even worked with color here. And we already have something really like much cleaner. Not saying it's perfect, but it's a lot more professional looking. I would say that if someone were to come and look at it, they might give you that moment to play the game. Because remember, if this is a free-to-play game, it's already difficult enough to compete with people to download your game. And then when they download it, the second they start it, if there's anything, you literally have matters of seconds for them to decide if they want to continue playing your game or not. So you need to really take advantage of that and not screw up your chance in a sense. So yeah. So yeah, there's that. We can quickly talk about color too, just to give an idea. I'm not going to spend forever on this. This basically these principles will apply to these other areas as well. So let's just quickly talk about color. I don't want to spend forever on it, but let's just try to use a few of his colors if I can. I don't know how to apply color to this the right way. Let's undo all this crap that I did because it's, oh, not that part. Yeah. Let me see. Is there a way I can quickly apply color to this without killing myself and doing too much work? If I go and do I now, what happens? No, that overwrites it. Let's just say that's purple. What happens? Okay, that makes the outline purple. That's okay. I know how to cheat right now, temporarily. Just gonna paste this over here. And I don't know why there's a big space here, but that's okay, because I don't care right now. Now I can create outlines, and I can just then choose a color right now. Stroke off. Oh, I do want the stroke actually. So, just again, this is not the most, the best way to do anything, but it's for right now. I think it's okay, just to get the idea across. Remember, this is just a mock-up. The artist that would create the main character, not main character, sorry. Well, it could be the same, but the UI artist might be the person taking care of this stuff. So we have this, and then we have the same color. I don't know if that's really that great, but let's say we are staying with green. So let's just stay with green there. Helps if this. I'll just keep this black right now. It could, of course, be a. Oh no, let's make it white. Black feels too much. Too heavy, so you can have your play. Actually, I think I need that stroke on the button too, so we can put that back. I think it was 5, but it doesn't matter. I'm not being too specific. This can be secondary. Of course, this green is really heavy. don't know if I like that green for this color. So let's start to look at colors a little bit and see if we can maybe find some interesting colors to work with. In case you don't know, there's this thing called Adobe Cooler. I can, of course, post it in the references area. Probably we should make a list of tools too, but there's this thing called Adobe Cooler. We might have talked about this. Am I right or wrong? You know, I don't know. But it lets you pick kind of different, you know, colors to work with, and it'll keep them at strict rules. So here's complementary, so it won't let me break beyond that. So I pick a color, and then it will let me, it'll pick the complement of it, and then I can pick, like, you know, just a hue, like a kind of the shifting of that color, but it's still like a saturated, desaturated sampling of that color as well, so it makes several colors for me. So for example, in our case, we could go here. What might this color be? Let's see if I can see and put that. I don't know if I can put that in cool or not. This is the color here. Let's see if we can get this. Will it let me put something in? Okay, so that's the color that we have of his main title text. So here's some complementary colors and a little more, one that's a little lighter and more saturated. So we could literally take these hex values and just copy paste them into Illustrator and keep it, and yeah, create from image. So you could load an image and it could tell you. There's a nice app, the Adobe Cooler, you can download. You point it at an object, and it'll try to create the colors for you. It's really awesome. You should download it. I know it's on iOS. I don't know about on Android. So we have this color. I would go and grab all these numbers, but that's going to take too long. So I'm just going to take a screen grab of just this area and just take it across. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, if you guys haven't played with that tool, you might want to check it out. But so here's some colors right now. They're not going to be the best, but you can still use them to kind of theme what your game. So that's the title. Maybe what we can do is make the little guy, for example, that color. Of course, that's just the beginning color. It doesn't have to be like always the you know, that color. Maybe let's make him orange. Maybe this orange. Yeah. And still have the stroke here, I guess. I don't like using the word "have the stroke" here. It makes me feel like I'm gonna die or something. Yeah. So, and then what I could do is, this is also very important. So I could, for example, just make that like that color. It doesn't, no one says it has to be green. Now this is more secondary, so maybe these secondary could be this color. Again, I'm not saying that which way to do this. Playing with colors or using colors is kind of experimental. Like you got to play around with it for a while before you get something that you really like. Yeah. Don't know really what else to say about it. So I can just probably turn the stroke off for this. If I turn that stroke off, it'll give it a very flat look, which is also kind of also in, but you have to be careful with the flat look because sometimes it's good to have a little kind of like a drop shadow or something, because it gives it, it makes it pop and out slightly, and even if it's 1 pixel drop shadow, it makes a difference for the person to know. Or what they do is another way to make a button like people know it's a button other than the shape is make it go in and out and jiggle and move around. I know Candy Crush and a lot of these mobile games do that. But right now I don't really care. I'm just going to put the stroke back. So just put it here. Again, this is not supposed to be the final art. It's just supposed to be a concept. Like maybe the designer might be doing some of this and then give it off to the rest. This color we have to be extremely careful of because it's very strong. Wherever we put this, it's going to be like, bam! Look at me. Yeah, we should be real careful of that color. But maybe for a background, we could maybe, let's see here. Not pick orange, because it's, if I, let me see if I can send it all the way to the back. Look how much, actually, you know what, it feels like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles now. You can pick orange actually, but it should be very light and kind of out of your way. It will make these what do I call it? The complementary color pop even more than what it already is. But if you can try other. This is a little too strong. That's boring. Too strong. This is okay. So. It all goes down to what is the feeling you're trying to go for, actually. So, at the end of the day, for some reason the stroke is selected here, which is that definitely looked like Teenage Mutant Turtles. This looked like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles now. I want to play that game. But yeah. Yeah, sometimes you have to play around with these till you get something that you like, and then you go with that. Don't know why that stroke is upsetting me. And these ones, you just have to play around to see what's more. I mean, do I really want to color this? You can keep these in this clear way as well. It really, really, really depends. But I feel like this is enough for the like if you gave this bar kind of for the artist, you don't have to, you can leave it up to them, or you can just do this and say like, okay, this is kind of what I'm trying to get at. Can you go take it from here? This is more than enough for an artist to get an idea. Yeah, okay, I got the idea. So, and then you let them run wild with it. As long as they're pretty decent artists, they'll make it look awesome. So that's this screen. I will quickly just, I'm not going to build the other screens because this will take forever. But I'll just quickly talk about the other ones, so you guys get some ideas how you would go about things. So I talked about tutorial screen earlier, and Ragathian was saying, kind of leading me towards that. But I really feel like the motto that I said earlier of show, don't tell. Like, don't spend forever telling people how to do things. Instead, just have it have it incorporated in their like in their gameplay. So, you know, the guy jumps, he hits a block, he dies. What happens? He plays again. He just, oh, I'm dead, I'm never playing again. Like, they're not going to give up just like that. Because that's a learning thing. Now what happens is if they jump up in the air and then they, you know, people need consistency. So if one time I hit the block and I die, and the other time I hit the block and I don't die, then I'm going to start getting really frustrated. So, but if I was, so try to incorporate your tutorial somehow, or if it's really long, let them skip. I think you do let that happen, but I promise you, no one's reading your tutorial. So you're spending a lot of time wasting your time doing stuff that probably is never going to get looked at. So the biggest concern I had with this, I remember on that screen, was this looks chaos, dude. There's like a rainbow of colors. I don't know where to look. So you need to tone that down. If you have to have that image there, try to fade out parts of it, or pick a different level that's not this crazy. And also these these buttons here, they're just, I could barely see them. I didn't even know that I could go next, and that's because they are hidden here. So you have to make them pop. You have to really make it come off the screen. So if I just gave you an example, I mean, if you want to have triangles, I wouldn't use triangles. I would probably just make a, you know, I don't want that Habibi. Yes. Yeah. I would do something like, yeah, like that there. So it really pops off. And of course you can fade it slightly if you don't want, like, you know, want it to be as aggressive, but the idea is there. And when someone moves, you know, when they click here, but they have to be able to click the thing. You can put a white triangle, but need to be able to see the navigation buttons. So that's all I have to say there. Again, the advertisements, it's not really doing that much here. Like, have the advertisements, by the way, on maybe on a game over screen or in between, or they have to wait before their level loads to watch the video to continue. These are kind of how you use it. Game over screen, too much going on. Yeah, you want a way to go back to the main menu. That's important. Yeah, you can use the top score here. That's important. And you can have like posts on here to go with your friends, but this is way too much. Like, I would recommend you take this, what we talked about here, and make this look more like this area. Game over, you know, of course it doesn't have to take up the entire screen, but again, I recommend look at other mobile games that are in the same space you are in, and play them and take screenshots. You can take a screenshot just by hitting the, you know, power and whatever button, well, on iPhone at least I know, and send it to yourself and try to use it as a guide. Like, you can use it as a way to mock up. There's nothing wrong with that. Especially in free-to-play, dude, everybody's copying off everybody, and some of those things aren't bad. They're tested and tested and tested. The positions of buttons, the size of buttons, the color of buttons. They're there for a reason, and people paid lots of money to do those research and time, and you don't have to put yourself, make yourself that miserable. For example, in this case, even this might still be, you know, well, I think it's okay in my opinion. So, yeah. So that's the game over screen. The main game, I think that was fine. The distance, yeah, you can leave it at the top, probably because that's where it's not in the way, because the level is kind of down here, so it would be too distracting. I think that's fine. This pause button is kind of weird a little bit. It's crammed here. I would put it somewhere else, like maybe here. I know you want your advertising here, but it's like almost a big no-no, especially with these type of in-game ads, because sometimes you can't control what is shown in that ad. And what will happen is I'll make an ad that has red and white flashing super fast, and you're gonna, like, imagine trying to play the game and there's this little thing flashing on and off, and you might think like, oh yeah, but that won't distract me, but you would be amazed. Let's see here, flashing GIF red. Let's hope I don't get any butt images or naked people. Animated, just to prove a point. Let's get it red. Here's something. Is that flashing? Animate. Stop blinking. Stop hodling. What are you talking about? Okay, so I'm gonna view this image. It's kind of cool too. But let's use that. Is that the one that was working? It was this one. Okay. So let's view the image. There we go. So I can promise you that if this little, like, it's hard to see on the stream, so I'll make it a little bigger just for explanation. But I promise you that if you're working, out of the corner of your eye, you'll see that damn thing flashing on and off. Now imagine if you're trying to play a game and there's always this little thing flashing, and you can't control always what happens in those banners. So people are like, okay, I'm not playing this stupid game. They're putting dumb ads in the middle while I'm playing. So if you ever use banners, don't or in-game, well, don't use game ads within your gameplay. Try to keep them outside before the level loads, after the level loads. Just be careful not to make it too punishing, because if the people get really frustrated, they're just gonna stop playing your game. So that's all I have to say about that. I hope Zad and everybody else that was watching, I mean, I learned some stuff even when I was talking about it, but I hope everybody learned something about this, about making menus. Try to keep them simple, and don't just think of menus, or maybe I should say screens. Try to keep them simple, and look at other games, and like, you'll notice that like, if there's pop-up windows that pop up, you'll know that where that X always is going to be, in that corner. You know, there'll be an X here, and it's almost like a standard, and that's how you would close. And yeah, you could have a cancel, but just easier. So look at these type of standards that you see in the games, find something that's actually very successful, financially successful, and then use that as a basis for your menus. So don't feel like you're cheating. So I think that's all I need to talk about that. I can just save this. Zad, if you weren't here for the stream, definitely you can check it out on YouTube later, or it'll be up on Twitch for a little while as well. Let's maybe move on. So what you guys think? Was that helpful? Maybe I was coughing too much, so might not even be listening. Oh, great. Well, at least I saved. We crashed when you wanted to leave. So, let's move on to bigger and better things. Not better, but greater things. I think Zad's game was really cool. He should be very proud of himself for releasing that. At the end of the day, it's not always about the money, it's gaining the knowledge and experience. So, yeah, thanks, Flint. I didn't really talk too much about user experience. I have mostly spent most of my time on UI, but user experience is very, very important. It's the flow of knowing when, I did touch on it, like when you should put certain things, so that is user experience, but all I can say is look at games that are highly successful, and I would say financially successful as well, from if you're making mobile games, or even not making mobile games. Look at games within the genre you're making, and if you can't find them, that's very interesting. Should you be making that game? Is it like an art piece or something? Because you should remember it's a business, but as well, you need to make a living. So look at how things are being used. Look at the sizes and the proportions of things, and look how people would interact with them. And the most important thing is get that stuff in front of people and have them actually try to interact with it. You'll learn a lot. And I would say people within the target group that you are using it is even better. So the next thing okay, interesting. Can't find it. Boom. Let's talk about our game for the Game Developers World Championship. Again, since we're talking about it, we can talk about it on tomorrow's stream as well. So I mentioned it already, but I mentioned it already in the Discord, our Discord. I feel like an idiot. In Discord about being partnered. But we can talk about that probably more tomorrow. It'd be nice when Bjorn's around as well. He might be listening, but it would be cool for both of us to be speaking. So we can talk about the partnership again tomorrow. So you might be looking at this weird rectangle thingy thing and might be asking yourself, what the hell is this that I'm looking at? Well, I kind of created a mood board, or what I would call a mood board. So, and what a mood board is? Well, a mood board is an arrangement of images, materials, pieces of text, etc., intended to invoke a project or project a particular style or concept. So, that's what Google says it's a noun. But a mood board is something that kind of is trying to get something across, so that when someone looks at it, it's kind of helping them to create ideas and flesh out ideas. So what I did was so mood boards right here. So what Bjorn and I are working on, you may have seen mainly on Bjorn's stream on Thursdays, is his little thing that is, I guess you could call it the little fighting game that he's been working on for the past few months that he started. Actually, it's been about 3 months now, maybe something like this. Of course, that's not all in full time. I'm sure if we spent all of 3 months working full time or more on it, it would be way further along. So, what happens is when you when you work on a game, sometimes, well, there's different ways to create games. I might have mentioned this in the past, but for example, there's a way of you just sit down, you create a design document, and just try to flesh stuff out. I don't recommend doing that, just because if you spend a lot of time doing something and it's never tested, if it breaks or falls apart, then well, you've lost all that time and work, so you're not very agile. And agile means that, of course, well, kind of like the word agile is, you're kind of super fast, able to respond to something. So that's usually the characters like in animes that are super fast. They can, somebody does something and they're able to block it or move out of the way lightning fast. And that's kind of the term they're bringing over even into software development. Not as fast as ninjas, but enough so that if something needs to change, you're not losing too much time or on the work that you did, because in business, time is money. So that was one way. Another way, of course, you can start off with a theme to help you develop a game mechanic. So you might be like, hey, I want to make a game about underwater exploration, and you go from there. And then you start doing research on underwater exploration, or underwater and submarines and ships and boats and sea life, and people that might have gone and how they've documented in pictures and many things like that. And then you try to, based off of those, you try to come up with a mechanic that would be interesting to kind of help create a mechanic around, because the people are going to be playing. Remember that games are a form of interactive entertainment. They're not unlike movies. Unlike movies where movies are not interactive, or for the majority aren't interactive, I would say, and other things are not really interactive. So books, for example, you turn the page. Of course, that there is a slight caveat with choose your own adventure books. Then there is a little difference, but not fully the same. But then again, I don't want to go into too much detail on what is a game and what isn't. But that is one way, using a theme. And of course, these are just a few I'm talking about, not all of the ways. So another way is coming up with a mechanic first. So just, like Bjorn and I keep saying, hey, just white box it and keep it simple. And you might have a theme going in, but for example, in ours, it's fighting. There's little characters fighting on a screen. Okay, that's cool. So who really gives a crap? But because there's many things, so why would I even want to play? So we're trying to come up with the what is the little twist? So take an an existing thing and just twist it slightly, and that can sometimes be all the difference. So so what Bjorn did was he made his characters fall down. So the little characters he drew, there's a part where the levels started collapsing. He got the basic fighting mechanics in place, and then he started toying around with making the world fall out from underneath of the character. And then this led to kind of us sitting down and talking. It was an interesting mechanic, and we thought, okay, how can we play with falling? What happens when people are fighting when they're falling? Actually, one interesting movie that comes to mind is the old Point Break with Keanu Reeves and Patrick Swayze, and they were kind of fighting in the air. It was a little strange, but I'm sure there's other movies. Maybe you guys can remind me as well if you remember any movies where they're fighting in the air as they're falling. Not so much flying, but falling. Oh yeah, Crank. I think it was Crank, with Jason Statham, where they had injected him with this fluid that he was going to die if he didn't keep his adrenaline up. And I don't want to ruin the end, but there's a scene there's scenes where he's fighting while he's falling. So there are different themes, and these are interesting, and you can use those for inspiration as well. Maybe I should look at them. So and then so we thought, okay, there's falling, and then we were trying to come up with different themes, and somehow these characters would start in a not falling position, and then they would go into a falling position. And we went through different themes. We were talking about soldiers with parachutes, trying to, there's one falling, and then the goal was, why are they falling? Like, why are they falling, and what are they trying to do while they're falling? Are they just fighting and falling? Like, is that really enough to make something different or unique enough? Like, is that what will draw them? Like, what's the purpose? And then we came across, okay, so what if it was soldiers fighting over one parachute, and whoever gets the parachute kind of survives? So this kind of led us like, yeah, that's interesting. I like that. But as a mechanic of fighting over an object to live, and that could really get people excited and pumped, because imagine that you would be up in the air, in a plane, and somehow something happens, and you might be falling or wrestling. You might be wrestling with someone, and you fly out of the plane, and there's only one parachute, and it's not connected to either one of you, and it can only hold one of you. And what are you going to do? So now you're going to fight each other for that one parachute. Maybe. It depends. Depends on your relationship. I mean, if it's with someone you love, or if they're older than you, whatever, you might say like, okay, no, you have the parachute, I don't care. And you have a moment to make those choices, or maybe the other person doesn't want it, so it still becomes a struggle. So there's all of these very interesting kind of stories that get formed in people's minds. So I thought that as a mechanic was really, really, it piqued my interest. What didn't pique my interest was was the soldiers. Like, yeah, it's interesting, but I felt like it was so overdone. It's like, yes, it'll be soldiers and shooting again, and then because when you're working on a game, you have to think about your audience and say like, okay, if I do this, who's playing this? All right, people that are interested in shooting games and maybe planes or aerial combat or this type of thing, and it very narrows your audience, and sometimes that's great if you really, really know your audience and they really love the games you're making. Perfect. I'm not saying that's wrong, but for me, I just wanted something more interesting, and personally, I'm interested very much in fantasy. So the cool thing about fantasy is it's not always tied to reality, or depending on high fantasy, low fantasy, however you want to see it. So we were thinking of different themes. What can we do with fantasy? And leaving out all the discussions, we eventually came across like witches. So as you can see here, none of these images are mine, by the way. These are just images that I collected on Pinterest and or other places. So we thought, hey, that'd be interesting. There's witches. What if there were witches? And then we're like, oh yeah, witches, and and then we're like, oh, they have broomsticks. They'll fight over the one broomstick. And then I was like, yeah, that's okay, but also that might be kind of boring. It's too expected. Not saying that in the end, or maybe in the end, it is a broomstick. I don't know. The last I spoke with Björn, we were kind of trying to go away specifically from getting so stuck to the theme, and we were trying to mix themes like witches and steampunk and other stuff, but eventually what happens is you can get too far in the other direction and end up spoiling the idea, or making the mechanics so complex and confusing that people won't understand. So so I would say kind of at the moment we're using a crystal ball as a witches fighting over a crystal ball. So if you go by that principle, it's basically, if we go by the soldier principle, it's like, okay, soldiers are falling from the air, like here. Let's say these are soldiers and they're all falling from the air, and there's one parachute here floating around, and they're fighting over it. And what happens is, it's not just about the parachute. Oh, I touched the parachute, I'm the winner. It's about, like, in their situation, it might be, hey, I gotta strap this thing to myself. I gotta buckle it in, because as soon as I open this thing, I mean, it's gonna pull up and I'm gonna fly up in the air, and I could fall out of it. So it takes time to to get myself, prepared to use this. So there's a time that I have to hold on to it for a certain time period that I can wear this. And the same thing is with the witches, that they might be falling and someone will just grab the ball, but then someone will come and whack them on the side of the head somehow, and then the ball falls out, and then they have to get it, and then then they have control of the ball. So it's about who has control of a thing, but it's also about how long they have control. These are very common mechanics. I mean, like capture the flag and king of the hill mechanics, and we're not creating anything that far-fetched or new that we don't know it's going to work or not. It is going to work because that principles are already there. Well, at least the principles will work. How we implement them, that's a different story. So what happens is, at the moment, there's witches will be fighting over this crystal ball and trying to get the power from it to maybe float or have a shield or something. So when they hit the ground, one will float and not hit the ground, and the others will hit the ground. And what will happen? Will they die? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think we really need to answer that question in the game. You don't have to show death. You can imply death happening. So this happens a lot in the older Disney movies, or in Disney movies in general, where someone might die. There's a fight and the bad guy dies, and they don't cut to the scene where the guy's like impaled on spikes, like in Beauty and the Beast. What was the guy's name? Gaston, or what? Gaston, I think. And the Beast is wrestling with him, and he falls. He tries to save him. Of course, like he falls off the side of this roof, and the Beast tries to save him somehow. And I if I remember correctly, and then he gets impaled on these like spikes of the church or a gargoyle or something. But you don't see it. You see it mostly in like a shadow, and the expression on Beast's face, kind of like it's gruesome, like turning away that he can't look. So I feel like that's kind of how we should do it, and it's nicer that way because we can push up a little bit of humor, and we can keep the kind of negative things out of the way, and it's more approachable. It's easier for a wider audience than being really hardcore. We don't. Unless that's what differentiates us. Like if you take Street Fighter, which is probably one of my favorite fighting games, and and then you have these cartoony graphics, and then a company comes along and they're like, yeah, well, let's make it realistic graphics, and let's not hold back, let's make it gory, and then you end up having Mortal Kombat where you fall and land on spikes and you just blood everywhere and you see it, and that's what they use to theme, differentiate themselves, and I personally never really got that much. I played Mortal Kombat, but I just couldn't get into it. I actually I think I didn't get into it not because of the blood. I just thought the character controls were horrendous, and I still do to this day. I haven't played the X or the newer one, so that's a different story, but they just felt so heavy and clunky, and I don't know. So, but maybe I'm just, I'm biased because I like Street Fighter. So, but anyway, so we have these witches, and this thing that popped in my mind was like, okay, so we got the witches now. We got an object they're fighting over, which is this crystal ball, and the why is that they need to get it to be able to have the power to fly or float or not be harmed. Now we have to talk about, okay, why the hell are they falling in the first place? Ragathian says Mortal Kombat still has terrible controls. Yeah. What's up, Flo Cobble? What's going on, buddy? Thanks for dropping in. We're here, me just complaining about why I don't like Mortal Kombat because of its control scheme. Or not control scheme, just its controls in general. They're just, I hate them. I just feel like I don't have any control. It's just, everything feels so stiff. So back to the theme. I was, right now, by the way, Flo, we were just talking about the theme that Bjorn and I might be using for the game for the GDWC. Yeah. So we have these witches. They're fighting over this crystal ball or let's say some object. Right now, I'll just keep it simple and say it's a crystal ball. It might become something else. It might be a book. It might be a broomstick. There might be different modes in the future where they're fighting over different objects. Maybe it's collect this object, and everybody's running around searching for that object as they're falling. But those are all features. They're feature creep there, so I'm not talking about those right now. Yeah, Flo Cabo says he's swears that he's unforgettable. Yes, you are, buddy. Why are these guys or gals or mix falling? Well, the kind of story or idea that had popped in my head was, let's say they're in a really tall castle, and I'm not talking like. Yeah, I look sleepy. Yeah, you know what, man? The past several weeks, Bjorn and I have been working like crazy so much. Actually, at my other job, I just set up a stream, and then that was over, and I got home just in time to quickly eat something and get ready for this stream for all of us. So it's like, I'm so dead. But hey, this is important for me. I want to be here for everybody and for myself. So hopefully one of these days I'll catch up on sleep. If not, maybe when I'm dead I'll catch up on sleep. So people are so these guys are falling, or gals or whoever are falling. And why are they falling? Well, the idea I had was, let's say they're in a really tall castle. And when I mean tall castle, I don't, and I would like some humor in here. I really think humor is fun. And I think the castle should be like ridiculously tall, like if you've ever played the game Tower Blocks, like just so tall, like a stacked. Let's look at Tower Blocks. Because I used to work for Digital Chocolate, so it only is fitting that I bring up Tower Blocks. So because in Tower Blocks you build up these towers, and then at the end they fall over. You're trying to stack them as high as possible and get as high as you can into the atmosphere. Like here, they're in outer space. So and at the very end, I think it zooms out and shows you like how far you got up in the game. So it's really interesting theme, and I kind of like that. It's not realistic. We all know that it's not getting that high. It's gonna topple. So it would be interesting if we have a kind of witches in a really tall castle. And I mean like even taller than this, like super tall, just unrealistically tall. Let me see. Now I don't have any images of the castle yet because this was something that just started. Of course I can look in Pinterest now, but that's not really what I'm worried about at the moment. I just want to Eye of Sauron. I just want to give an idea, like, it's like, for example, it's just towering. I think this is in Dubai. Is this how tall it actually is compared to everything else? Bjorn, is this how tall it looks? Bjorn was just in Dubai this year, so maybe he can tell me if this is the actual height or not. But that's fine, doesn't really matter right now. So they're in a really tall castle, and maybe they have, like, you know, the very top of this castle is kind of this little their kind of workplace, and there'll be, like, you know, the cauldron and all these little spells and things like this, and they're all up there, and they're all fighting, and there's commotion, they're arguing over something, and you know, maybe someone adds something that they shouldn't to the vat of, you know, this potion or something they're creating, and then there's this big explosion, and the explosion, you know, destroys the castle, and the castle is, like, sitting there, like, crumbling into pieces, and they get thrown into the sky, and then they're all falling, and as they're falling, you know, there might be that crystal ball sitting on their you know, on the shelf or something, and they all know that if they can just get to the crystal ball, they can, you know, gain the ability to, you know, cast a spell, a floating spell or something. But only one of them can do it, so now you're all kind of fighting for your life. So even though you're working together, at the end of the day, there's only one of you that can survive, so you all want to try to live. So that might be kind of the idea, and we could play with that as a theme, like you know, even leading into that idea. Like, I see the way the screen starts is like there's a valley, and you know, and then kind of the camera looks at this. Maybe even in the menu it has the title, and there might be just this castle there, you know, and the camera is kind of like rising up. You see, we're going higher and higher and higher, you know, like an elevator. Like if the player is on an elevator viewing out into those far valleys, you know, and it's kind of got that parallax scrolling thing happening. And you know, and you see this castle to the side, like rising up, you know, kind of slowly, and then, you know, when they click play, then the castle is like, it just shoots really super fast to the top of this castle and goes in maybe through the window, and then that's where you see the, you know, these witches, and and the story begins. And then when it breaks apart, they're falling. They're now, you know, it's not going to be just them punching each other. It might be, you know, you know, they find other objects, or they're dodging objects. So there might be pieces of the castle that they're, you know, passing them, or other objects, or birds, or planes. I don't really know right now, but there's other stuff that are going to come in the way, and they need to dodge that. So it might be that someone has the crystal ball. Not only do they have to, like, hold a button down maybe to activate the power of the ball long enough, but also move around the screen and not only dodge the, you know, your sisters and brothers or whoever else, you know, the other people in the academy, but also you know, dodge these other, like, world objects as well. So and Bjorn had some examples of that we were playing around, so we're still working through the logistics of that, but that's kind of the overall feeling. So what I've done is, back to this mood board, is I was kind of like, okay, let's find pictures. I need to watch some of these animes about witches as well, which can inspire me, but and you know, different types of witches there. Right now we have in our mind that this is a local four-player local co-op kind of mini game. So let's say there's 4 witches. They should be different. Right now I'm not going to worry too much. I'm just going to worry about trying to make one witch. And then in the beginning, maybe that'll upset Bjorn. I don't think so, but I'll just do like palette swaps right now. And then later on, you know, we can go into making the kind of details, you know, making them different. Like, it would be really great that they have slightly different, like one's a little chubbier, one's a little thinner. We do have to be careful though that it doesn't become imbalanced. Like, for example, a perfect example of a game I really like, if you haven't seen, it's called Towerfall. one of our, like someone I know, friends, studio, Mini Boss made the art for this, I believe. And so it's Towerfall, so it's really, really cool. And if you look, the characters actually in the game are roughly they're different, but they're the same. They're roughly staying within a certain area, and they function similarly, but not going too far. So we need to think in kind of this ways: how can we make them different but also proportionally the same, so that, you know, the big, tall, lanky one, you know, we don't want to fight with balancing right now. Right now we want to make everybody equal, because once you start making people imbalanced, of people you'll have one that's overpowered, or the tendency for players or humans in general is to look for the optimal choice, and they'll always go for the optimal way, and everyone will always pick the same character, and so on and so forth. But so you see these characters look very different in this drawing, and then, you know, in here, yeah, they do look different, but proportionally they're similar. That was cool. Animated, or I'm crazy. Maybe something else will move. Oh, yeah, it did move. Right. So, really cool game. If you haven't seen it, definitely go check it out. Really great party game. But so yeah, so so I'm trying to come up with, you know, the different characters. But right now, I would just come up with one and work from there. And I was thinking of you know, characters in what the hell? Characters in like floating skirts, you know, or these type of things. Just they're kind of fluttering. I want to be careful though, I don't make it too difficult that there's lots of animating, like animating the cloth and things. So we want to keep it as simple as possible. Also, the current restriction we have right now is that it's the characters are like 32 pixels by 32 pixels. So we really got to be smart, like how we're gonna fit whatever our character is in 32 by 32. You know, we can't make them these really tall, skinny characters and have lots of details. So probably what we might end up doing is going for like you know, a chibi type character, like, or something. We want to be able to read the faces and emotions, probably more importantly than, you know, all of the little details in every little appendage and things that are hanging off. But I haven't spent enough time to know. So this is basically, you could consider, you know, day one of that, or not day one because I put this together off of stream, but the beginning of that right now. I have to think. There's a lot of different. I got these pictures because there was something in them that interested me, and maybe sometimes what happens is you can go back and circle these and mark them and say, I like this purse, so I gotta make sure that's there. But I also like, you know, maybe this jewel here, or the way a staff is, or the broom is, or this little moon, or the way the character's eyes are, or the colors that are used, or these horns with pink and the horns, they look, and purple, these pink eyes, that's awesome, or maybe the way this style is drawn. So these are kind of things that you have to think about. You know, so there's the art style, but then there's also, you know, what do they look like when they're falling? Are they fighting? At first I was looking at you know, these parachuters, because, you know, okay, what's the first thing I think about when a person falling? I think of parachuters, or I guess that's what they're called. Yeah. And then after that, I thought, well, they're kind of falling, but some look interesting, some look very, just feel stiff at times. And then I thought, like, what can I do to get rid of the stiffness? So I started looking into, like, ballet. So And what would ballet dancers look like if they were kind of falling in from the sky or falling around? So I kind of flipped these around, and then I also came across those kind of, those people that you can, there's that hose that shoots water, so you can kind of like float up in the air. And I like these trails a lot. That might be something we can incorporate to add to the feeling of, falling or moving. Maybe these clouds, things like that. So also to think about, like, okay, we're really high up, so how are we going to see the scenery? How fast is the background moving to the front ground? And these type of things. So then what I also wanted to do was also look for, like, which I haven't, was how can I make this feel even more over the top with their movements? Like when you're falling through the air, I remember on a lot of old Looney Tunes cartoons, there was, when they're falling in the air, they actually start swimming. So that was another thing I was thinking about looking at, is like, what do swimmers look like underwater? And what if they were swimming in the air the same way? So I was thinking, like, okay, if these little witches are floating around and they want to go left or right, instead of just leaning and it just looks one way, what if they're, kind of doing a breaststroke or a, overhead stroke or doggy paddle or something to move from one area to another. So it's that also popped in my mind, and I think that would be very funny and make people laugh, and I think humor is very strong, and I think that's important, and that's kind of what I feel like I'm looking for. So that's something I need to research, is that I also need to research castles as well and kind of get some inspiration for those. I also got these little chibi because of the kind of 32-bit restriction. I was also looking at chibi characters. These are taller chibis, but these smaller ones here, like these ones. It's funny getting hit by a fish. I really like that. I think that's fun. So, well, she's not getting hit, it's taken, but, or yeah, she is. She's getting slapped in the face by a fish. So, that'd be hilarious if somehow we can have these type of things happen in the game. Then when I look over here, we got some chibi characters here too. These are way more than 32. I mean, even this is more than 32. I am very, very, very sure. So, but overall, the size or something might be important. Not might be, will be important. And maybe what's the most important part of them? Like in this case, the most important would be the facial expressions in the head. That's why usually on anything, the larger the thing, probably the more important it is. So in our case, the large head and expressive eyes, these big kind of raccoon ears or whatever they are, they're the most important. And then the rest is just kind of cat ears, whatever. The rest kind of are second and third. This looks really cool. I want to make a game around this little image. So, so that's kind of what I had in my mind. Of course, this is just the way I'm doing it, and I change it up sometimes. I do things differently. It'd be interesting to hear how you guys kind of come up with your ideas and themes, just to hear how different things might be. So if you guys definitely have stuff to share, I'd love to hear them. But I was thinking, kind of going from here. By the way, this will be kind of a continual. I think from today forward, unless other things come up, I'll now start working more heavily on the actual art for the game, because I believe the deadline is September. If Bjorn can tell me, I think it was the 21st. So, and you still have time to submit games for that as well. So I definitely recommend it if you haven't, definitely go check that out. There's a link below the video, DDWC 2016. Yeah, so I'm gonna probably be working from this point forward just on those. Right now, what I might do, I probably can go about another half an hour to an hour since I'm wearing down. I will just start concepting some ideas of what I felt like the screens might be. Normally I do my concepts in Illustrator, but I might be able to do them in Photoshop here. So let's see. I'll try staying in Photoshop, and if it doesn't work out, then I'll shift back to Illustrator. I'm trying to get myself a little bit more comfortable with Photoshop. Just bring my tablet over here. The tablet. But yeah, guys, definitely please share. Do you have how do you guys go about doing your things, like coming up with your themes and characters and designs? Would love to hear. Would be very, very interesting. But yeah, holy crap, look at all these layers. Maybe I will make a group just to keep them kind of away. Yeah. But and right now actually I don't really even need them because I'm not using them as the examples for the drawing, so I'll probably just hide this. Maybe what I should do is actually create a new file. That way I keep it separate and I don't lose this. So let's just call this, I was thinking of a title actually for the game, and right now this is just throwing it out there. Of course, Björn and I will go back and forth. I was initially thinking of like Witch Ball, and then I was like, well, it's stuck with just that ball. And what if there's other stuff? Unless it feels like a sport actually, which would be really cool. Sounds something like something they would play on like Harry Potter or something. Then the other thing I was thinking of was Witch, and it would be like kind of written with the word witch of like which one, and then which the actual witches. So I'll just create something here. And that thing would have been like, this kind of just make a new layer here. Maybe it might be like, like witch like this, WICH, WTCH, so like witch, or like this, and this might be an exclamation mark. I don't know, who knows, just it's sometimes cool to just come up with a kind of name just to inspire you, but it's not that important, so just say this. I don't know where where's the, we'll just make a folder here and I'll find the other witch files. Witch. I'll just call it right now. So we have something. Can be the project name. Doesn't really matter. So what I was thinking was trying to just do like a quick little mock-up of what the game might feel like, and I've already screwed up because I actually wanted to make this longer, like a shorter and longer, so the height could be 3 points. This is in 8 inches though. Let's make it in pixels. Let's make the width like 640. And I don't know, let's just make this well, we can make it longer later. Let's just make it, the height will be that for right now. Something to go off of. So, yeah, that's okay. We can continue down. So what I'm thinking is just like kind of sketching out an idea of what I feel could be what one scene from the game might be. Again, I have no specific style. I have no idea what's happening right now. Of course, there will be one scene where, you know, there'll be the castle that, you know, kind of the menu you're going up. But let's say this is after the explosion. So now we got the little witches falling. So, you know, and I don't really know in my mind really what the witch would look like when they're falling, but I'll just kind of quickly do a little witch here falling. So I'm not trying to get too caught up in what a falling witch looks like. Not really sure even you know, which direction didn't know I play with the words. So that's a horrible eraser. Oh God. This is crap. Sometimes it just takes some time just to get the right brush even. Yeah, this is better. I can just restart. Just delete that. Don't need something that. It's interesting because my my pen is not rotating properly. It's at least reacted. It's just Photoshop doesn't want to show the angle, but whatever. I don't really care right now. So I got my little witch. Yeah, maybe she has a little hat here. I don't know. Doesn't really matter because I'm just little concepts. This is not what it's gonna look like in the end. That's the whole point, is just keeping it rough. That looks like crap, so I don't need to fill in that much detail. So we got a little witch here falling. Yeah, and that's how we could grab the layer, but I guess I was wrong. Okay, what am I doing wrong? I thought I could just grab it that way. Shouldn't I? Oh, well. Okay, there we go. So, whatever, Habibi. So, what's up, Mr. Cryptic YT? What's going on? Have you been here before, Mr. Cryptic? I don't remember your name before. I'm trying to remember everybody's name. Is this your first time, or if you've been here before, I apologize. I'm just doing a quick concept, not much, just programming. Oh yeah, what are you working on? What are you programming? Working on a game? Oh, you haven't been here before. Okay, cool. Welcome. Well, basically, right now, I was talking about UI and UX kind of work, and then I'm working on kind of a concept for a game that my friend Björn and I are working on for a competition. And basically, you've come to the right place if you're interested in game development, because we're trying to build a community to help each other build games. So are you working on a game yourself? You're working on a multiplayer real-time strategy. It's more so I can get better at networking, not a super serious project. Oh, that's awesome, dude. I would say my friend Björn, who's the programmer, he likes real-time strategies better. I'm more for, I do a little bit better with, maybe it's because I'm old. I'm getting old. I feel dated. What is it? Turn-based. God, what was it called? I can't even think anymore. What is it? Turn-based strategy games. Strategy games. Somebody else can please chime in and make me not feel like the fool. But that's awesome. Well, we have this Discord actually set up where everybody gets together. You're more than welcome to join it, where we're all trying to help each other. So if you do need some help, there's definitely some developers there that can help you, especially Björn, who knows a lot about networking, and we have some other great guys there as well. And if you need help or would like to help others, that's definitely the place to be. No pressure. Feel free to join if you like. I can write it for you here. Oh, you found it already? No. You're way ahead of me. Yeah. But what kind of do you have, like a theme set up? That's basically what I'm talking about right now. Actually, is themes. It's very interesting that I guess I'm not clicking right on the black. That's why it's not really. You just joined. Okay, great. Well, welcome. And I hope everybody in Discord is also welcoming you there right now. I will make sure to just drop in the general and say hello and hopefully oh, Mr. Cryptic, there you are. You're there already. So I'll tell one, please say hello to Mr. Cryptic. He is working on a multiplayer RTS game. Yeah, but welcome. Thanks for joining. There's some really cool people there, and definitely if you need any help or we can help in any way, and if we can't, I can definitely talk to people that do know about it, and we can help you out. No layers are selected. Yeah. So let's just say that's a witch. I can fix more, draw it better later. So the witch is falling right now. I will make another witch, which actually I'm going to draw one little line here because it's kind of hard to see this. That this is the witch here. Oh, Game Dev League. It's a similar community. Oh no, I haven't heard of them. That's awesome. Do they have like a site? I would definitely like to check them out. We're all about working with other people, so it's definitely, this is not about trying to create a who's better than who or who's not. Yeah, definitely, if there's other people doing similar things to us, we would definitely like to check them. They have a large amount of people in the Discord. Okay, that's great. Well, I would say I don't know. Okay, Game Dev League. Thanks. Welcome to Game Dev League, a growing community of game developers from all over the world. You can share your work, participate in game jams, find game development resources, form teams, and collaborate, and so much more. Stay a while and look. Oh, and they had a Pac-Man game finished. Cool. Cool. I will. Bjorn and I will check them out. Definitely. Thank you for the share. Well, I can tell you. Maybe talk a little bit about what we're doing. I haven't. I don't know enough about them yet, but I will. But first, I will save this so I don't lose it, because that would suck. Which but the thing that we're trying to do here is that we want to create an environment that's very accepting of people to the best of the ability that we can. And a lot of places people they get extremely frustrated, because what happens is that in communities that I've dealt with in the past, and Bjorn has, and also a lot of my friends, it's very difficult when there's someone there that's kind of feels like not really, like they know so much. And it's really hard getting help and talking to people and finding people that are very positive. The other thing is that we want to kind of make sure that we share all of the experiences that Bjorn and I have from working in the industry. I've been working about 5 years in the industry, and we want to share all that knowledge in hopes that, we can save you guys some from becoming miserable. So and working out on your, like when you're working on your own games. So that's like the main thing. Of course, we try to do things a little bit differently. We don't want to be exactly the same as everybody else. Our kind of core values are that we want to be trusted. Basically, everything that we tell you, it's based off of experience that we personally have, or that we know to be somehow based around fact and knowledge. We won't just make up things just to tell you. And also, we want to be professional. So, however, all of the things that we do, we want them to be, we want to kind of treat it like not just goofing around constantly. Well, I wouldn't say goofing around, because our other third thing that's important for us, our value, is being playful. So kind of be open and not take ourselves too seriously. But how I mean, like the things that we want to do, we want to make sure that we do it the best. So not the best as in we're other people, but the best as in being better than other people, but the best as in kind of taking everything seriously. Like, if this was a bit your own business, how would you treat it? And then, of course, everything is based around this respect we have for each other. So that's the kind of core tenets that we have. We kind of at the moment have 3 shows. So 3 times a week we kind of have this our stream on Tuesdays. On Mondays I have I basically do art and concepting. On Tuesdays, Björn and I have a show called Two Devs on the Couch, where we basically talk about development stuff, talk about problems that people could have, share experiences, talk with other people that have other experience from us. We want to, of course, we're going to be doing interviews. We have some nice interviews that are lined up starting in the fall with some interesting people that are really, some of them are my heroes. So I'm really excited that we'll have some of them on board, and I'm positive you've heard of these people. I have developed a nice network over the past several years. So it's kind of going to be exciting hearing from these people and kind of their experiences. So, and then on Thursdays, Björn is he's working on a game that we have entered for the Game Development World Championship, if you've heard of that or not. If not, you should definitely go check it out. I can, of course, post the link for you in the chat, or I can, if you just click on a button that says GDWC 2016 right below this video, and that's still, you can still enter into that as well. So definitely go check that out. Yeah, I can talk about who I'm interviewing. Well, the one I'm like most excited, because he's one of my heroes, is he promised, so I'm gonna keep him to his word, is Rami Ismail from Vlambeer. They made Nuclear Throne and Ridiculous Fishing and Luftausers and Super Crate Box and these games. So that's like the one I'm most excited about. The one thing that I do want to make clear about our interviews, that we want to be a little bit different than oh my god, I love Nuclear Throne, it's so awesome. Yeah, definitely, I totally agree, it's a great game. We want to make sure that when we're interviewing these people, it's not just about asking the same question that everybody, what do you think about this and of course there should be learning, but I would really like to get to know more about these people and what makes them tick, and find commonalities between them and like us. So just to show that we're just like them as well, that we're all human beings, and we all have to start somewhere. So that's kind of what I'm hoping. I'm hoping for, not just with Rami, but with everybody. And there are some other people, of course. Let me see. I don't know all of them that I'm allowed to talk to. I don't even know if I was allowed to talk about Rami yet, but he promised, so he's going to be on. But another person I can mention, I don't think it'll be a problem, is Heartbeast. If you've ever heard of Heartbeast, he does pixel art and Game Maker games. By the way, Björn and I are making this game in Game Maker, but that doesn't mean that we're a Game Maker only place. It's totally up to you what you want. We have people from many different backgrounds. Oh, Wicked, sorry. Are you invisible? No, you're not invisible, dude. Sorry. I should have said something. Wicked's just giving you a hard time. He knows every time he comes on, I do. He's a great guy. I always say something about him. But this time I ignored him, so now he's giving me a hard time. So here's our little witches. Of course, they wouldn't know that they're witches, but that doesn't matter because they're falling right now. Can I even draw some kind of this thing here? Am I even on the right? Yeah, I'm on the right layer. So, no, that looks stupid. I don't like that. I'll find another way to represent the falling. So these guys are falling. Yeah, if they, I think there is a Discord on that website. I saw this one button on the site, Squiggle, Wicked. So that might be there already. But definitely it'd be cool to check out those guys. Like I said, we're all open for working with other places. I do want to be careful because we do have, like I said, we have some different values than other places, but we're all about collaborating and working with people. Oh yeah, they've been around a while. Yeah, well, I'm sure there's lots and lots and lots of communities. Yeah, definitely. I'm hoping that's kind of what we're doing. We're trying to differentiate ourselves of this whole helping and building, and the kind of attitude we have towards helping people. But yeah, definitely. There's huge communities, I'm sure, that are doing kind of things that we're doing. I'm just hoping that how we do things is going to be better. And that can be okay. They've not too long, but they've been around. Well, not too long. They've had a Discord since September of last year. Okay, well that's not so bad. They have thousands of people. That's excellent. In less than a year, they have thousands of people. Good for them. Yeah, definitely. Wicked is saying since our community is smaller, we're kind of trying to do a one-on-one thing, and we really are going to work hard to try to figure out that how there's a it's as they say. Yeah, Cryptic is saying it's more personalized, and that's what we're trying to do. We want to care about you and your project and try to spend as much time as we can. It's within reason, of course. We just got to work on how can we scale this so that, let's say we do get thousands of people in, or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. How can we make sure that we don't lose that, this feeling that we have right now of helping and sharing and keeping things positive. And Bjorn and I are thinking about that every day. We put in a lot of time. We spend at least 20 hours or more a week on just the community and our streaming. So we're not getting paid for this in any way. So it's kind of our own blood, sweat, and tears. But we're really happy that you're around and you joined. Hopefully we can help you out, and hopefully you can help us in the process as well. Hopefully you'll like it, that you tell your friends too. We have the funny saying of tell your friends and tell your enemies and tell your mom and just tell everybody. So no, it's fine. We got you. We got you, Wicked. It's cool. Don't worry. Yeah. Don't worry, Habibi. We still love you. So how far along are you, Cryptic, on your game? Did you just? I know you were saying. By the way, I really like the song. I say it every time. I don't know why. I feel like this should be like my theme song or something. But how far along are you on your game? Just get started. You just started. Oh, your main project. So you have a main project. What's that? If you would like to share, of course, or if you feel more comfortable talking about it in the Discord, we can talk about that later there. So. There is the ball. Sure, no problem. Usually, what happens is after I knock my mic out of my way, after the show, everybody gets on. Well, we go from the show there, but there's a lot of people that should already be there. Bjorn is probably there already. But just feel free to go there, talk with people. But Bjorn and I are the kind of main guys doing this. So if you see somebody with a red name, that's kind of who you want to talk to. Eventually, we're going to work in the future to make an easier way to know who you're talking to, so you know kind of maybe their skills or the platforms they work on. But that's just the beginning. We just started, so we're working through that right now. Oh yeah, he is? Okay, cool. Yeah, Bjorn has worked a lot in Unity, actually. What platform are you doing your game in? What engine are you using, or platform, or language, or how should I ask properly? But we've kind of switched over for a little while, at least to Game Maker, just to kind of it's a lot easier for us to do prototyping and things like that. Does anybody have experience in Unity networking? I'm not sure, but oh, you're using Unity for RTS and Unreal 4 for your main project. Okay, cool. I'm not sure. You would have to ask them because there's several people there. So, but even if they don't know, they can at least guide you to the right way. For example, I'm sure that even if Bjorn hasn't worked on a certain aspect of it, he can help you. Just to give you like a background, he's been programming since he's been like a wee little lad, and we deal a lot with in our day jobs. He's dealing a lot with aspects of networking because we are working in a music education company, and we're doing like online streaming of, well, you could say video on demand and things like that. Of course, it's not the exact same, but but the principles are there. Being a good programmer, it's being a good programmer. Oh wow, you've been programming since you're 10. That's awesome. How old are you, if I may ask now? Sometimes it's really good that you label your layers. Label your layers! Sounds like a saying. Remember, label your layers, children. It is most important thing. label layers. Yes. So that's kind of bleeding through, but that doesn't really matter because, again, I'm not trying to render this out like it's the, just lock these two together. That way I can kind of move them with the ball too. Holy crap. He started 1 year. He's already doing his networking. He's awesome. Oh, 16. Cool. Well, that's fine. I can already tell. I can already tell that you are, even without you saying anything, because for the past 5 years, I've also been teaching at a local art school. I've been teaching game design and art as well, and there are some. I've taught probably kids from 13 to like 19. I would say that's around the average, is in the middle somewhere, and there is definitely I can tell just by the way you're talking. You have a lot higher maturity than some of them. And also based off of the way you're talking, how you're working on what you're talking about. If you're having a very specific problem with Unity, definitely ask in the Discord. And if we can't help you, we will find out how to help you. I mentioned it to Bjorn or a few of the others. Maybe Wicked can help you as well. There's some people that are working on big projects in their Memige, MEMIGE. They actually have a project right now that got kickstarted and is on Unity, and I believe it does have networking in there as well. Mr. Cryptic, networking is pretty much the same regardless of platform. It's the type of game you want to make that has the most impact on how you deal with it. And Cryptic says he knows the principles, but he has a very specific problem. Yeah. But maybe even Regathane can help you. Regathane, are you in our Discord? If you are using a different name? I don't remember your name being there. That's my problem. The more people that come, it's more names I must remember. I'm so bad with names. I apologize to everybody already. So. But yeah, I'm really confident there's someone there that can help you, and if not, we'll find out how to help you. Just to give you an idea, I have friends that work in Unity, so if we can't figure it out, I will ask. I can always ask them as well. And I know lots of other game developers that are using Unity, so somewhere amongst all of us, we will find the answer. Yeah, so we got little witches, and they're fighting over this ball. This one looks like it's eating the ball, but yeah, whatever. The crystal ball, habibi, the crystal ball. And maybe we need like pieces of a castle, I would think, no? Because that is important. Because the castle just blew up. It exploded. So yeah. Give myself a little bit. Yeah, but I appreciate that you guys are here. Everybody here I appreciate always. We'll make this go off here, kind of make it feel like it's bigger. cobblestone, maybe, I don't know. Or maybe like this, because it was part of the castle. So it's like castle walls. It's not that big of a deal, but that's what happens when you do like certain artwork. It just, you get caught up in the details, and you don't ever finish, which is bad. But also, you should enjoy what you're doing. If you take pleasure in a thing, that's the most important as well. Of course, when you're thinking about it from a business point of view, you know, you don't have time as well to, you know, oh, I wanted to enjoy myself coming up with this thing. No, you know, you got to be fast and get the results. But you should enjoy it as well. If you're not enjoying it, then that's not good. It's not good, Habibi, not good. Yeah, but hopefully people can help you in the Discord. Discordy. Everyone has gone quiet. I'm assuming that they are having fun in the Discord, which is good. So this is rock. This is castle wall piece falling. Yeah, maybe we want another one, don't we? Just to show the dangers, Habibi. Ah, yes. Oh, I don't need two. What? I did Alt. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. What's up, Adrev? What's going on? Thanks for dropping in. I'm just working on the concept right now of the game that Bjorn and I are working on. How are you doing? Are you working on anything right now, or you're just chilling watching me? That's cool too. I like people that watch. How are things going? What time zone were you in, if I remember correctly? I know you. I remember. We have lots of viewers from all over the world. It's actually really awesome. I'm so proud we have like not just the same viewers from one country. It's all over. It's very international, which is awesome, actually. Be careful, this isn't Tetris here. I want to be careful that I do not make Tetris pieces. Yeah, anytime I see somebody If I'm supposed to already know you and I don't say your name properly, please correct me, even if I've said it 100 times. And if I should have known you before, so if I treat you like I've never met you before, I apologize always. Just say, dude, I'm this guy. And then like, just something to remind me always. It's my old age. My wife is trying to eat potato chips. Hurry up, just open the bag. Just rip it open quickly. You're making lots of noise. Just open it. Now you're just doing it on purpose. Now you're just doing it on purpose. Alright, come on, you're annoying me now. Oh. No, I'm not gonna eat. I'm not gonna crunch in everybody's ear. I really like salt and vinegar potato chips. Have you guys tried those? They're awesome. Holy crap. Have you guys eaten salt and vinegar potato chips? But Adriva, have you been here before? For some reason your name looks familiar. But I always go through my my elevator pitch. I'm sure everybody is so tired of hearing me talk about it. But yeah, we're basically a community here helping each other develop games. We have a Discord. If you're not part of it, please join. We're here to help you make your game. Most important thing is finish your game. That's the most important, because if your game isn't done, no one knows about it and they can't play it. So it's really important that you finish. And that's, I would say, the main thing. We're here to help you. There's lots of people with lots of experience. They're really awesome. Much more awesome than I am. Where is here it is. Oh, that's on the same layer? How do I grab that? Make the brush bigger, habibi. Yes. Liquify, like I said, I haven't really used. I'm just trying to get myself to get used to Photoshop some more, because I've been spending so much time in Illustrator. But Liquify is pretty cool. I've seen other artists use it, and I'm like, why don't I do that? So, so now I have used it. But this is, I want this on a separate layer. But yeah, Adriv, are you working on anything yourself? Are you working on any games? Are you interested in game development? Should I already know you? If I don't, we can be friends, Habibi. Now, we have a nice Discord with lots of people. Well, lots as in lots of cool people. And they're really awesome, very talented, very nice people. And actually the past couple days I've seen some really cool artwork actually from Björn, even, who's my confidant. So it's kind of the games where one of the many games we will be working on. Yes, Nightbot, I should say. But are you working on anything? Maybe I've asked that 50,000 times. Maybe I should stop asking. Who am I? What is the meaning of life? Yes, it's 42. I'm waiting for someone to say that. These guys are blurry now, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. It is just the concepts. The concepts. The pictures. The concept pictures. This will be rock. One. But yeah, right now I'm just working. What the hell is that on the wrong layer? Oh, that's on the wedge layer. Yeah, right now I'm just working on the concept portion of game that we're working on. I wish Photoshop had paste in place, but it's not. Hopefully some of these ideas come across in the game. Merge down, Habibi, merge down. Where's merge down? Oh, maybe because I had. Oh, damn it. Ugh. This one, merge down. Yeah, there we go. Rock 2, rock and roll. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Rock 3. So we have some rocks for rock and rolls, some witches. We got the ball. I think we need like a far, you know, landscape to give the feeling of the falling. So let's see here. Sucks because this mic is. I have to reconfigure this mic later. It's getting in the way. So let's see. How can I make make the backgrounds so that they feel far, far away, far in the distance. Far away. Maybe there's some mountains back there. Maybe they're not mountains. I don't know, Habibi. All of my pen stuff are disabled for some reason. They're not working. So it looks like I have to. How would you make the? Is it H? What's the thing that makes? Oh. H is help. There was a shortcut for brush size. Let's save. Huh. That's strange. Horrible mountains. These look like crap. They're looking like a crap. Looking very crappy. I don't like the mountains, but that's okay because that's not the point right now. I have to look at some far distance pictures to really get the idea of the horizon line. What's up, Lawrence? What's going on? Working on anything today? I know Lawrence, though. Lawrence is very familiar now. We were just saying earlier that sometimes I forget people, and I feel really bad about it. But I don't do it on purpose. I promise. What is blood? Blood! What am I doing? Well, I am working on doing the concept art for a game that Björn and I are working on. It's for a competition called the GDWC, which is the Game Developers World Championship. And I just started on this just today, just doing some basic rough concept art of what the game's gonna be. And so we have a game here where we have some witches falling from the sky and they're fighting over this crystal ball. That's the main concept that we're working on. If you want to see the actual code in the game itself that Björn is working on, he'll be working on it he works on it every Thursday. Same time as our stream right now. On Monday, I work on art stuff and design. And then Tuesday, Björn and I talk about design and also play everybody's games, like your games. If you have something, please submit it. And we'll give you feedback. And then on Thursdays, Björn is working on the actual game itself. Yeah. Are you working on any games, Lawrence? Yeah, I was saying I forgot to mention to Cryptic, Mr. Cryptic. Oh, you've submitted your game. Oh, have you submitted it to us, or you've submitted it for the, or you're talking about the GDWC? If you submitted to us, did we give you feedback yet? If we haven't, I'll apologize now and talk with Björn and see what's going on. Just tell me the name of it and I will. Oh, you submitted it to us. Have we played your game yet on the stream and given you feedback? Or not? If not, why haven't we? Tell me, El Diablo. Why have we not done it? Now the reason I'm blurring this is just to make it feel like those are kind of far off mountains in the distance. Okay, so oh, you submitted it recently. Huh. Yeah. Well, let's check. I have to talk with Bjorn around it. I know you're in Discord, because I see you there. But I will check with Bjorn. We might be able to fit it in. He had mentioned to me that we'll be working on giving feedback. I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me. We'll be giving feedback to you guys on a couple games tomorrow. I'm wondering if yours is one of those games. If not, please make sure. We will try to. We always try to give feedback the best that we can, of course. Oh crap! Don't draw on layers that. Yeah. It was the wrong layer, and I drew on it, Habibi. Yeah. You need to resubmit it? Did you make changes, you mean? Like you made updates? Is that why? If you did, that's cool. Not a problem. Oh, that's not what oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, just resubmit. That's cool. And we can look at it. Look at it again. You know, when the time is right. When you feel ready, just resubmit it, and we'll look at it. Maybe message Bjorn just in case. In case he's like, yes, we're looking at it. Alright, yeah, sure, take your time, Cryptic. Just blurring this one, so I want to give like a little bit of depth. Maybe there might be ones you don't hit. Right now I'm not sure. I don't want to make it confusing. So what happens is that if things look similar, people are going to get confused. Is that going to hit me or not hit me? So we'd have to be really, really clear on how we do things, on if something's going to hit someone or not. But this is just the concept, so right now it's okay. It doesn't matter. River here, or grasslands. I don't know. think if I had like a gradient, that would also give that impact. Let's do that as well. I don't know if that should be here or not, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Find out what happens. Oops, I'm gonna rip that out of place. That's what will happen. Let's save first. Start the gradient like this. Did I do it in reverse? Yeah. What's that white thing? What's wrong? I'm just gonna bring the opacity of that down a little. Because I want it to feel like it's off in the distance, you know? I need a sky as well. I think I can do it with the gradient again, but I think the gradient goes in the other direction. Not like that. What's that line? It's pissing me off. Yep.
Seriously.
No, I'm not on Discord. I'm right now doing this. Look. Huh? Say what? No, it's there. It's underneath of the thing. AX. Let's see, how can I make some clouds? What kind of brush would I use to make clouds? Yeah, that looks interesting. That looks cloud-like. This looks kind of cloud-like too. Maybe this one? Let's find out. Looks kind of cloudy. Cloudy, with a chance of meatballs. Clouds are made from black. Yes. Yes, they are. Black clouds. in the sky. Where art thou, black cloud? I don't even know what that voice is. Yeah. What is that voice? It's very strange. Black cloud in the sky. Now I have to come up with something that rhymes with that. I better catch you before I die. Yes. Yeah. No problem. Filter. I want those to be kind of far away too because clouds must be soft. Yes. Now you might be asking why I'm using black and white. It's because you're racist. That's why. Actually, I had used the eraser here. That's a huge mistake. Should have used like the white pencil instead of eraser because now everything comes through. That's okay. This will be one of many thingies. Ah, yes. Blur gallery, yes. I want a blur gallery. No, not light bulbing. Very little. I want a subtle blur. What's happening with my voice? Let's do 4. Yes. That's too much. 3, 2, last time. Yes. Alright, there's some witches falling. Yes. Yes, falling. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. The falling wind cutting. I have some ideas. Yes. Some ideas about falling winds with a strange voice. Don't know if it'll work, but I'll try it. Yes. That's white. I guess white would be a good color. I don't know. Would it? Behind the rock. Yes. Yes. Something like this. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe so. Yes. Just trying to create these like light, what do you call it? These streakish. Yes. Streaky. Like it feels like a comet or something. So I'll merge these layers together. Yes, I'll merge them. And I will copy them. Yes. Damn it. You're upsetting me. There we go. Yes. Down. Yeah. Okay. Something right there. Yes. Yes. Just erase right there. I'm now using the mouse just temporarily. Welcome back. Oh, thanks. Cryptic, I don't know if I told you, but one thing we're really into here that we're trying to do is make sure that everybody gets feedback on their games. So we're all about pushing people to kind of not be scared to work with their. I'm horrible at multitasking and talking, but get feedback on the stuff that they make. So not to wait too long and worry that it's not ready. We're all about giving the feedback as much as possible. So always try to get feedback from people quickly. That way, you're kind of not developing in the dark. There's a saying that Bjorn likes to use: "Don't dev alone," which I think is very relevant. Really, very relevant here. Okay, that's excellent. Yes, you're very smart, Habibi. Yes. Very smart. Very smart indeed, yes. read that slightly. Sometimes things can get overpowering. Do you think they will mind if I join the Discord? Why would they mind? They're waiting for you to be in the Discord. They're all like, where is he? Where is this Mr. Cryptic YT that you talk of? Oh, you're right here. I see you in the Discord. You're already there. You've already joined. What's the problem? You are doing right by joining. Yeah, why would they mind? Which channel? All channels. At the moment you're free to go to any channel there, even the voice channels. Go in the voice channel and talk. We are here for you, Habibi. No, that's okay. You can go in there and listen. There's nothing wrong. You can go in, say hello, and just say, hey, I'm just listening. There's no secrecy or things like that. But basically, that's Björn that's in there. In the general chat is what you're saying. I think it's okay. I don't think it's a problem. That's not a private. Those are all public chats. Everybody can go in there. You could have all the people go in there. It'll be chaos because everybody will be trying to talk at the same time. But no, there's no like one-on-one thing right there. If for example you want to talk just one-on-one for whatever reason, there's this channel called the Pit we have set up, and in the Pit only 2 people can be in there at one time. So just go in, say that Arash said it was okay that you came in there and listened, and if you want to talk with Björn, feel free. You can also message him directly. He'll get back to you as soon as you can. And he said hello to you already in the general chat even, so he knows you're there. Yes, no problem. The clouds. Put all these together. I'm just kind of grouping all this stuff just to keep things a little more grouped. Which is rocks. Rock and roll. Wind, I guess I can call this. Save it. And it's going to be background. So I have something here. Yes. Yes. She's playing both sides. Already I've discovered a thing here that we might have different speeds of different objects, so we have to be warned when an object is approaching from below. I already have a solution for that I came up with in a different game where there would be arrows that flash when something's coming. We might not have to have arrows, we might just have some flashing light show up along the bottom when an object is about to come by. Right now they're all falling, but they can land here. I might have to do some other views there. But overall, that's a feeling. Now, I think people might need to know when how far they are from the ground, but we can save that for another time. One thing that's upsetting me is that white there? What is that? Holy crap, Nightbots, you're going out of your mind. Calm down. I'm saving. There's the ball. Oh, the ball had white, that's why. Okay. It's okay, no problem, Habibi. I can draw the witches differently now. But yeah, looks like I'm out of energy, so I think I literally, as you can see, oh look, infinite, right here. Arash's energy is low, is gone. Yeah, so this is what we have now. We will continue next time. So I'd like to thank everybody for dropping in and showing your support. Again, just a reminder, we have our show 3 days a week. I will adjust it so it doesn't look so crap. We have to come up with some new graphics, I think. But Mondays, let's make it art, which is today with Arash and Bjorn, 2 devs on the couch on Wednesdays. And let's make a game on Thursday. Not Wednesdays, damn it! Tuesdays, damn it! Mondays, me. Tuesdays, Bjorn and myself. Talking about development. Mondays are art, and then Tuesdays are let's make a game with Bjorn. So thanks for everybody dropping in and showing your support. As Nightbot just said, don't cry yourself to sleep. Join our Discord. There's the link. He just posted it in the chat. If you don't see the chat, check out the buttons below. You will find us. Follow the community buttons. And missed an episode and it's not on Discord anymore, check out our YouTube. So I will see you guys all tomorrow evening with Bjorn on 2 devs on a couch at 9 a.m. PST, 4 p.m. GMT. Have a good evening. See you guys on Discord. Take care. Good night.